reality.
Merry motherfucking Christmas from Beats Reality. All these ho-ho-hos tryna get with me. We on their wish list, and it's clear to see you ain't had a holiday like this. Merry motherfucking Christmas from Beats Reality. All these ho-ho-hos tryna touch the beat. We doing sick shit like you wouldn't believe. It's a Beats Reality Christmas, baby.
Fuck a chestnut, I'll be roasting the split. Baby, bend over for your favorite gift. I'ma give you my North Pole like you Mrs. Claus. We can decorate the tree with your big red drawers.
Oh yeah, you know my workshop poppin'. If you like toys, I got plenty of options. Got the champagne flowing under the mistletoe, and the party ain't stopping till 6 in the morning.
Yeah, or maybe like 6:15. Got my eyes so red cause I'm smoking that green. I'm getting hungry, got the munchies, so I'm eating a treat. It's delicious in the great source of vitamin C.
Happy birthday, Jesus. Thanks for giving us a reason to party. Let's get it started. Yeah, Merry motherfucking Christmas from Beats Reality. All these ho-ho-hos tryna get with me. We on their wish list, and it's clear to see you ain't had a holiday like this. Merry motherfucking Christmas from Beats Reality. All these ho-ho-hos tryna touch the beat. We doing sick shit like you wouldn't believe. It's a Beats Reality Christmas.
Yeah, my Santa Claus dressed like Eddie Murphy and Raw. Let me stuff that turkey, swallow my cranberry sauce. Take a ride in a sleigh puffin' Christmas tree. Cheetah, Chief and Chiba, then he passed it to me. Left a whole pound of cookies on the plate with a drink. Come in my house unannounced, my fireplace bring heat. All the gifts wrapped up under the tree looking pretty. Here's my dick in the box, show me some mistletoe titty. Baby, it's cold outside, let's go put on some pajamas so we can pack a few bags. They go hit the Bahamas. You my ho-ho-ho, and I'm your candy cane. With my elves and my reindeer doing my thing. Beats Reality.
Happy birthday, Jesus. Thanks for giving us a reason to party. Let's get it started. Yeah, Merry motherfucking Christmas from Beats Reality. All these ho-ho-hos tryna get with me. We on their wish list, and it's clear to see you ain't had a holiday like this. Merry motherfucking Christmas from Beats Reality. All these ho-ho-hos tryna touch the beat. We doing sick shit like you wouldn't believe. It's a Beats Reality Christmas, baby.
Jingle all the fucking way.
Beats Reality.
Merry motherfucking Christmas from Beats Reality. All these ho-ho-hos tryna get with me. We on their wish list, and it's clear to see you ain't had a holiday like this. Merry motherfucking Christmas from Beats Reality. All these ho-ho-hos tryna touch the beat. We doing sick shit like you wouldn't believe. It's a Beats Reality Christmas, baby.
Fuck a chestnut, I'll be roasting the split. Baby, bend over for your favorite gift. I'ma give you my North Pole like you Mrs. Claus. We can decorate the tree with your big red drawers.
Oh yeah, you know my workshop poppin'. If you like toys, I got plenty of options. Got the champagne flowing under the mistletoe, and the party ain't stopping till 6 in the morning.
Yeah, or maybe like 6:15. Got my eyes so red cause I'm smoking that green. I'm getting hungry, got the munchies, so I'm eating a treat. It's delicious in the great source of vitamin C.
Happy birthday, Jesus. Thanks for giving us a reason to party. Let's get it started. Yeah, Merry motherfucking Christmas from Beats Reality. All these ho-ho-hos tryna get with me. We on their wish list, and it's clear to see you ain't had a holiday like this. Merry motherfucking Christmas from Beats Reality. All these ho-ho-hos tryna touch the beat. We doing sick shit like you wouldn't believe. It's a Beats Reality Christmas.
Yeah, my Santa Claus dressed like Eddie Murphy and Raw. Let me stuff that turkey, swallow my cranberry sauce. Take a ride in a sleigh puffin' Christmas tree. Cheetah, Chief and Chiba, then he passed it to me. Left a whole pound of cookies on the plate with a drink. Come in my house unannounced, my fireplace bring heat. All the gifts wrapped up under the tree looking pretty. Here's my dick in the box, show me some mistletoe titty. Baby, it's cold outside, let's go put on some pajamas so we can pack a few bags. They go hit the Bahamas. You my ho-ho-ho, and I'm your candy cane. With my elves and my reindeer doing my thing. Beats Reality.
Happy birthday, Jesus. Thanks for giving us a reason to party. Let's get it started. Yeah, Merry motherfucking Christmas from Beats Reality. All these ho-ho-hos tryna get with me. We on their wish list, and it's clear to see you ain't had a holiday like this.
Jingle all the fucking way.
Ho, ho, hoes!
What's good, everybody? Hustler and Muscular, also known as H&M, coming to you live Monday morning, ready to drop some gems and stomp harder than a pair of Timbs. Shout out to the Scented Cole, always unpredictable and always at her pentacle. Glad you could join me this morning. Glad you could join me. Shout out to Culture Invasion. Glad you could join me as well. Nice of y'all to join me this morning. Shout out to the both of you for joining me this morning. Now let's get to this topic. This has been talked about for a while now, and I did my own take on this maybe about 2 or 3 months ago, but now I guess you could think of this as a continuation to the whole thing. Let's talk about the passport bros versus the passport sis. Now, we all know what the passport bros are. We've all heard about what the passport bros are. They're essentially men who go overseas to seek better opportunities and seek a new way of life. But a lot of people misinterpret that. They can't interpret the passport bros as just men who go overseas just to get better women. Well, you can look at it either way. Either way you look at it, they're just men who are going overseas for whatever reason. Now, do I recommend you go overseas just so you can go out there and get some poo-tang? I don't think so. No. I don't recommend anybody go to a foreign country just for the sake of getting some sexual attention, males or females alike. I do recommend you go overseas just so you can explore other countries, explore other cultures, and see that the world is just bigger than the United States of America. But there's been a lot of backlash as far as what the passport bros get. I've heard women say, oh, passport bros can't handle a strong, black, confident, educated black woman. They can't handle American women. Bullshit. The problem is men just don't want to deal with modernized women who are not worth a damn outside of sex. We're sick and tired of modern day women that want to be independent, that want to be strong, don't need a man for this, that, and the third, choosing problems on the very same men that they said no to when they could have had a chance to start a family. To me, that's essentially what men are walking away from as far as passport broism is concerned. This is what they're walking away from. Now, granted, all of y'all ladies don't act like this. All of y'all ladies don't do this. But the sad reality is y'all are just casualties of war. It's basically, how should I put this, treasure amongst trash out here in this dating market. It's some treasures out there in the United States of America, but it's just a whole lot of trash that we got to search through. Excuse my voice, by the way. It's just so much trash that we got to try to search through. And that's the problem. And I don't know about y'all, but if I had to choose between a dating market where it's treasure amongst trash and a dating market where it's trash amongst lots of treasures, I'm going with the latter. I'd rather go to a dating market where I can find me a treasure fairly easy compared to a dating market where there's fewer treasures to find. And that's how it is in the United States of America. It's so little treasures out here, but a whole lot of trash for us to dig through. And that's where we tend to have the problem. That's where the problem is. Oh, by the way, Cynical, you like that song I played at the beginning? I mean, it's the holiday season, so may as well get into it. Yeah. Anyway, glad you could join me this morning. Glad y'all could join me. But yeah. So the passport bros, And for those of y'all that decide they want to go overseas, I recommend you go overseas with some sort of righteous or probable cause. Go overseas to explore other countries, other cultures, and to build a business or maybe to live out there. Don't go out there just to find a woman. Don't be out there tricking off women and stuff like that. I recommend you don't do that, but hey, it's your money, it's your life. You do what you want with it. But that's just something I recommend you don't do, But that's just me, I recommend you don't do that. But yeah, passport bros going overseas because they can't handle the strong black woman. They can't handle us. I swear to God, if I have to hear that stupid shit again, I'm gonna explode. I've been tempted to go overseas because of the stupidity out here in the West. It's just mind-boggling, I tell you. It's like, y'all black women don't want men here in the West. Y'all don't need us, but y'all want us to stay here and feed your little egos and feed into your wants and needs for attention. Ain't that some shit? And by the way, ladies, and this is something else I've heard, that men who go overseas are betraying black women. They're disrespecting black women. They're basically turning their backs on their own community of black women. Need I remind you that there are black women all over the fucking world? It's black women everywhere. You got black women in Africa. You got black women in Jamaica. I believe Dominican Republic has some. The UK has black women. So how are you going to sit there and say we're betraying you just because we're leaving America to find black women elsewhere? That's being a traitor. Oh, you can't handle a strong black woman. You rather go overseas to get with a submissive woman. That way you can be in control. Sweetheart, I ain't trying to control no fucking body. A secure man of value does not want to control anybody. He wants control over his life and the relationship, because that's the way we men are supposed to be. That's how it's supposed to be. It ain't about wanting control over the woman. We have no desires to control a woman. But if you want a relationship with a woman, ladies, you're gonna have to learn how to not allow a man to be in charge. You're gonna have to learn how to trust a man to be in charge. And that's the thing. Women overseas who are brought up in traditional households and around traditionalism, they know how to do that for good men. They're not the ones out here giving up their poutine to everybody. They're not out here racking up a body count because they know that their culture would not stand for that. They know that their parents wouldn't stand for that. Their families wouldn't stand for that bullshit. They know that. They know in the back of their minds that there's no way that they would stand for that kind of nonsense. No. So yeah. It's best to go someplace where the rules are different, the narratives are different. Everything out there is just different. I mean, what you can get away with out here in the West would never fly overseas, and we know that. So why not go to a culture like that? That's the passport bros. And now look at the passport sis. They're just women who are going overseas. But are they going overseas for better opportunities? No. For the most, now again, I recommend, like I said, you're going to travel overseas. You better go there with some sort of, I'm going to say, probable cause or good agenda to learn about other cultures. But one thing I'm noticing, and when it comes to the passport sis, aka women who go overseas, they do it for all the wrong goddamn reasons. You see, they want to clown passport bros and call them traitors to their community, yet these be the same chicks going overseas just for some dick. I'm just going to say it. They want foreign penis. Probably the same way these men want some foreign coochie. So as a woman, you can get away with shit, but I can't? That's not fair. No. Okay, shout out to Classy Perspective. He said most men that travel for sex He said most men that travel for sex exchange, you notice they only excuse me, they only go to one or two countries at best. I never noticed that, but it is what it is. They go to one or two countries at best. Do you know specifically what countries those are? But I never noticed that. But yeah. And also, from what I understand, I think sex exchange is illegal in some countries. Here in the United States, it's only illegal in certain parts of of America, but in some countries, it's illegal all around. So you got to watch out for that. But these women are going overseas, basically for the same things that they're accusing men of doing. You're a woman, you want to go to a foreign country just to get men to sleep with you. So you want to go overseas and do whatever you want, but you want your own men to stay in your home country and be miserable. Ain't that about some shit? Ain't that about some shit? That's not the way it's supposed to be. So these women are basically contradicting themselves left and right, up and down. It doesn't make any sense. I say whether you're male or female, you do what's best for yourself. You want to go overseas, fine, but have a good reason for doing it. Don't just go there just for the sex. And if you happen to be the traditional minded woman, I say kudos to you. Same thing with y'all ladies. If y'all want to go overseas and you be the traditional minded man, kudos to you. But here's the thing, ladies, for all you modern women out there, you cannot take the same exact modern day ideologies and carry that overseas thinking that bullshit is going to fly. It just ain't going to happen for you. So if you're a woman thinking you can go to other countries and do the same bullshit that out there that you do in America, you got another thing coming. And that's why the Passport Sis are taking more L's than the Passport Bro, because they want to go overseas and take that same ideology, that same American modern day ideology. And then they're shocked when they get overseas and see that, it don't work that way. A case in point, I'm pretty sure y'all heard about that female trucker who went to Dubai acting a fool and then she got arrested. Yeah, there you go. And to further clarify my point, I'm going to play a short video for y'all. Just to give y'all some insights on the Passport Bros and the Passport Sis. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, fair use, fair use.
In a response to the Passport Bro movement, a lot of modern Western women decided to start their own Passport Sisters. But hear me out, y'all. Common sense should have told them why that's not going to... Actually, critical thinking should have told them why that's not going to work. And here's why. I'm going to tell y'all in one word. Hypergamy. Traveling overseas for a husband, but you want that husband to pay for your lifestyle that you currently have in America, the math just not mathing up right there. More than likely, you are going to have to be the breadwinner in the relationship. Now, here is an example of a passport sister who miserably failed at her passport sistering. I'm gonna review this video tonight at 6 p.m. Central on my YouTube channel, so pull up for that, because we gotta give what common sense or critical thinking did not give a lot of these women.
And shout out to my homegirl Chantel Simone for that one. Shout out to you, my girl, because yeah, that chick from Dominican Republic, she went to Dominican Republic with the same modern day ideology and embarrassed this man in front of his family like that. Because I guess the way this young man was raised, he's supposed to be the breadwinner and she's supposed to be the submissive wife. But she didn't want that. Instead, she ended up getting with a man that was basically not going to bow down to her demands. Ain't that about some shit? So that's the thing, ladies. You can't go overseas taking that same ideologies out there. You can't go overseas with that same American modern day ideology. It's just not going to work like that. No, it's just not. And that's something women don't want to accept. They don't want to accept that what they can get away with out here in the West is not going to fly in other parts of the world. They act as though they don't want to accept that. And that's the shameful part of it. Okay, Classy said, like it. He said, like example, Brazil has reignited their visa standards to get into the country under the new president. You can't enter Brazil without having $2,000 in your bank account. What? What the fuck you mean? So I need $2,000 just to go to Brazil? Ain't that about some shit? Well, Classy, that may prove another point. People say passport bros are broke and dusty. Well, then you can afford to go to Brazil with this new law intact. Clearly, you got money like that. Clearly, you got money like that. And that's just one requirement? Damn. He said Passport Sis won't work for many different reasons. Hypergamy, and they're going to countries that are patriarchal structure. Exactly, right. That's exactly what's going on over here. Okay, Cynical One says, hi, Classy. Top of the morning to you, Classy. But yeah. And once again, shout out to Chantel Simone for proving that point. But yeah. If I need $2,000 just to go to Brazil, I think it's pretty safe to say that I'm not a broke, dusty ass nigga. I'm not just a basic nigga. I never knew that. But yeah, the passport sis are probably taking more L's than the passport bros. Because like I said, whatever modern day ideology they adopted over the years, they want to take that overseas and think that's gonna fly. When they have to understand that you can't do in other countries that you can do out here in the West. I mean, seriously, we live in a society where you can walk around in public half naked and no one would care. Go overseas and do that BS and watch and see that there are consequences behind that. Anyway, I'm gonna drop the link a little early this time. So anybody want to come up here and chop it up with your boy this morning about the passport bros versus the passport sis? Come on up here and let's talk about it. Anybody want to come up? The link is right there in the description. Let's talk about this. I want people to give their perspective on the passport bros versus the passport sis. It's a lot to talk about here. Okay, I had another video to play. Okay, here's another video explaining what is a passport bro. Okay, fair use.
Oh, have you heard of passport bros?
What is a passport bro?
Okay, passport bros are men that are so fed up with Western women because we're all apparently so woke and so terrible and Western women don't want to be wives that they are now going to other countries to find wives.
Wife material.
That's like which countries?
Southeast Asia, the Philippines, the Dominican Republic.
So it's like the opposite of the mail order bride.
Yes,
like,
exactly.
Okay.
So a lot of these men get remote jobs. And so they go there and they live in these countries and then they meet these women. And then women in the Western world, specifically the United States, are so pissed off about it. And they're like, you're going to all these countries where these women don't even know how to speak English. They can't even read. They're so uneducated. And then the men like film themselves with these women and like show themselves on dates. And the women are so elegant and they're so well spoken and they're so traditional. And they're like, look at these women. Yeah, passport bros. Because Western women are so bad.
Did not know about that.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah, that about sums it up. That kind of sums it up. Modern women are just pissed off that their own men are leaving to go overseas and be with women who are more traditional. That's what's really going on here. That's basically what's going on over here. They're leaving the country just so they can go be with more traditional minded women. All this mess about, oh, you can't handle a strong black woman. Oh, you can't handle me. Why the fuck would I want to be in a traditional relationship with a so-called strong black woman that doesn't need me and not going to trust me to be in a leadership role? At least women overseas were taught how to be wise, taught how to let a man be in charge. Well, a good man be in charge. Not only that, they were also taught how not to choose trash ass dudes getting knocked up by said trash ass dudes, and now they're single mothers. Yeah. That's the kind of stuff we were taught, that they were taught growing up. So that's something that they just refuse to accept. It's just something that they refuse to accept. But anyways, I digress. Classic perspective. What's up, my guy? And good morning to you.
Hey, what's up, sir? How's it going? Good morning. This is basically the best time for me. I'm more accessible because I work the graveyard shift. But how's it going how's it going? So let me talk about this topic.
All right, Passport Bro versus Passport Sis. Take it away.
There is no verses because, you have to understand when this all first started off, the women were upset about the situation. Not to mention they've gotten to the point where they've actually disrespected the women in those countries. So one would ask yourself,
Classy, you're kind of breaking up. My bad. You're kind of breaking up.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yeah, but you're staticky.
Oh, God, it might be my headphones. I'm going to try to come back in a minute.
All right. I'll be waiting.
Okay. Sorry.
Yeah, you got to get that audio fixed. But yeah, like I said, hot damn, where is it? All right, let's watch that one more time while Classy get his audio fixed.
Passport bros?
What is a passport?
Okay, passport bros are men that are so fed up with Western women because we're all apparently so woke and so terrible and Western women don't want to be wives that they are now going to other countries to find wives.
Wife material.
That's like which countries?
Southeast Asia, the Philippines, the Dominican Republic.
So it's like the opposite of the mail order bride.
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
So a lot of these men get remote jobs. And so they go there and they live in these countries and then they meet these women. And then women in the Western world, specifically the United States, are so pissed off about it. And they're like, you're going to all these countries where these women don't even know how to speak English. They can't even read. They're so uneducated. And then the men film themselves with these women and show themselves on dates. And the women are so elegant and they're so well spoken and they're so traditional. And they're like, look at these women. Yeah, passport bros. Because Western women are so bad.
Did not know about that.
Yeah.
I mean,
yep. So all that nonsense about all these women are so uneducated, all these women speak very little English. But then you see videos of these women speaking perfect English, having good educations. In fact, I know some foreign women from my job, that are like, I don't know, I think they're Filipino or whatever. They're pretty educated and speak pretty good English. So yeah. What's all that nonsense about these women are just so uneducated? They speak very little English, so they're easy targets for these horny men. Seriously, they need to get their damn facts straight. Oh, welcome back, Classy. Welcome back.
Thank you for having me. Can you hear me clearly now?
That's much better. Now, you were saying Passport Bro versus Passport Sis, you were saying?
Well, I'm going to start off a little bit different this time. I want to let everyone know that here in America, the least group of men, or out of everyone in America that have passports, are black men. The most that black men have is 6%, and only 3% of black men actually uses those passports to travel. So it amazes me that a smaller group of men gets all these women upset, and it amazes me even more that black men in general, black American men, have all these women up in rage when black women, white men, Latino men, Latino women, white women, everyone else has been traveling all over the world way before black men have. Just like there was a white gentleman that made a video a while back. He said, oh my God, he said, it's amazing. He said, you black men are rock stars. It seemed like everybody go crazy when y'all start doing something. And he said, I don't understand. He said, white men have been doing this for years. But he said, I just don't understand that process. But however, being that the group of women that we have that are basically happy about going on national television, about going on the internet, telling us how bad we are, that we found something in reverse to counter that without actually having an argument, really. Now they're really messed up. Why? Because they don't have full control of us. Now, to talk about the passport bros versus the passport sis, what amazes me is that when they started arguing with the passport bros, they start switching and reversing on the women in these countries, telling them how uneducated they are, how they live in poor, desolated environments, which most of them have never even traveled outside the United States. They actually go off of what American news have been feeding us probably for centuries. starting back in the 1980s, when you talk about Africa, there was that Feed the Children Foundation where they always showed on television back in the 80s where there was a child getting ate up by a bunch of flies, but never really going into context or talk about what area of Africa is that located in. They kind of fed to us that this is all of Africa until I traveled to Tanzania, till I went to South Africa, till I went to Sierra Leone and Senegal and found out that they have bigger city complex than we do. Maybe not the same economic concept, but at the same time, they have Gucci stores. They have a lot of that stuff. They have Louis Vuitton. They have rich areas just like we do, nice middle class areas like we do. Are there tribal areas? Yes, but that's what's being promoted in America. And I think that that's being promoted to Americans in general to keep the economy based in America so we won't slip. You won't help build the underdeveloped country. But talking about the passport sits, I'll go ahead and revert to that. I don't want to get long-winded on that.
But let
Passport
me say
sits.
this real quick. I'm sorry to cut you off, but let me say
No,
this
no
real
problem.
quick because I was kind of sold on the same thing when it came to African culture. I was
Hmm.
kind of because I've seen videos of people who go to Africa and you see them living in huts or whatever. They're poor, underdeveloped. So I was kind of sold on the same thing. But then I see videos of people going to African cities and other parts of Africa. I'm like, damn, their economy is no better than ours.
Oh, it's the same thing. It's just that our dollar power is just a lot bigger. Being that the fact that we have the best military in the world and everyone travels to America, migrate to America. So you have all the best brains, the best geniuses to build for this country. Opposite of probably Japan and other countries, that's a first world country. But all the immigrants are immigrants and us, people that are not originally from America, that are not born bred. We keep our country strong behind all of that.
Okay. I mean, that kind of makes sense.
One reason, that's just one point I made. There's other points, of course, like even like when it comes to trading services and goods, that's what keeps our country strong too.
Yeah. Now you were saying about the passport sis,
Well, the
as they call
passports,
themselves.
God bless them, because like I said, yes, you do have a smaller group of women that understands the concept of having that passport, understand the concept on how to move in different countries. Problem is, you have a lot of these emotional, ignited, enigmatic type of women that are so angry with the passport bros that they want to take their American ideology to these other countries. See, the problem is you got to be careful doing that, because the way how we move may not be the same how they. It's basically, excuse me, let me rephrase that. It isn't the same way on how we move here in America, and you got to be very careful because you may not know who you may piss off. And the problem with the sisters is, if you're looking for a man that makes all of this money, how are you going to go to a country that's their economics are less than ours and plan on finding a man that makes that much money? Now, however, they do have rich men in those countries, but you are far away from trying to get closer to those men. So what are you going to do there? Basically, you're just going to go have a good time and probably have intercourse with a dude that's well built, which is not nothing wrong with that. There's men doing that too, but that's not the majority. A lot of passport bros know how to operate in these communities. They own businesses in these countries, so they know how to blend in with the people. The passport system doesn't work because you know why? It's like we said here in America. You need to change your attitude.
Yeah, exactly. And that's something that I spoke on in the past because we all, like you said, you can't do in other countries that you can do out here in the West. The stuff we can get away with out here in America would not fly in some other foreign country, and women don't want to accept that. They want to take that same old mindset out to other countries. It just
Yes.
don't work that way. I'm pretty sure you heard about that. With that this woman went to Dominican. Well, Chantel Simone covered this about a couple of months ago. She went to Dominican Republic. I guess she wasn't happy with the man she was with, so she tried to be the boss of the relationship, and his family just looked at her with shame and guilt.
Oh,
Not
the
because she
doctor.
was, yeah, I don't know what she was, but she was saying because I'm the breadwinner. Her family's like,
Huh.
"Fuck you
She's a
mean?"
she's a black American. I know who she is.
Yeah, exactly. So she took that American mindset and took it to Dominican Republic, not knowing that his family is very traditional and believe that man should be head of the house. So even that man's sisters looked at her like she was crazy.
Yeah, but
And
it's
and
because she
and
doesn't. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
go ahead, go ahead.
No, I didn't mean to cut you off. I was going to say the problem with what she doesn't understand, and actually, I know her father personally. I know her father. He's a nice man, a very well established man. He's very well accomplished. So of course he taught his daughter the same way, kind of like Ebony K. Williams. You know, she has that same mindset. She's very well accomplished. That's not a problem. However, when it comes to the family dynamic in these different countries, family is more important than money, and how you build with that family, how you present yourself, your mannerisms, your attitude, how you know construct things into that family. The problem with her is that she is used to American ideology. Get to a higher standard. That's supposed to be seen as the class members who have the most respect, mannerism, and they know how to be more cultured, which is not always a fact. Fact of the matter is, she had built herself up so high. She has the Ebony K. Williams mentality, meaning that everybody owes her something. The problem, what makes it so difficult for her is, why is it that you couldn't find a man on that level, since you presented yourself as this high upper class woman, which I'm sure you are, but for some reason the men in your community don't want you. But you went to another country to find a man who probably you thought that was a good looking gentleman, but at the same time they couldn't provide the funds that you need and that what you're used to. Excuse me.
Yeah, and that's a good point too. Like you said, she built herself up to where she just feels, I guess, entitled or whatever. And a lot of women's narrative is, well, you want to go overseas to deal with females who have less than what we have. Well, it means you can't handle us. You can't
And
deal with
I,
us. You can't deal with a
oh,
strong, tough woman. Okay, what man wants a strong, tough woman? And here's another thing you got to consider. If our black American women are so superior, why are so many men, well, as you say, a small percent of men leaving? I had no idea it was that small. Once I hear about the passport bros and then women going in on, you would think that half the population of America was going overseas. I didn't know it was that minimalistic at best. But
well, I'll throw another caveat at you right quick. I'll throw two caveats at you. That gave off misinformation about black men. You remember back in the day when they used to say there were more black men in jail than there was in college? And then there was a professor named
yep,
James Morton that came in. He debunked the whole entire thing. He was like, well, wait a minute. How is it that there's more black men in jail than college when there's 20 million black men in America? How did you cut that? That would mean it would be 10 million men if you're going, or 10 million men or more by that logic. So he did the numbers, and the numbers were all miscued. They were wrong. It was less than like what, 2-3% out of the populace of black men in America. Or let me take you to another caveat. Back when they talk about slavery, they make it seem like all these white people back then owned slaves. People don't understand it was the rich class that owned slaves, not white people in total. It was a small percentage of people that owned slaves, but those people were the most highlighted. So it would give you the perception to think that there's this abundance of people that are going out of the country, which is only a small percentage. They just get highlighted more. Just like when they say, oh my God, black men are dating outside their race, and record numbers is like 50%. No. If you're getting highlighted on the television monitor or on the internet, people are going to assume that's what's happening when it's not.
so in other words, it's about taking the minority and applying it to the majority, right?
Right. It's like saying that, it's like, well, there's 2 million more black women in America than black men, right? So there's like 22 million, I think, what, 22 million, maybe somewhere around there. So at the same time, it's like me saying, like, what we see on the internet. We see sisters acting up, acting crazy towards black men. And however, just like a virus, their ideologies can spread to the masses, just like with us when we talk about Passport Bros. But realistically, the majority of them are not going to do what we do, and the majority of sisters in America, in my opinion, are not going to act the way they act because they can see you take time out to do your research to find out there could be a possible downfall on what you're trying to do. I'm talking about the sisters.
That's a good point. But yeah, I had no idea it was that small. And like you
Yes,
said in
it's
your comment, and like you said in your comment, damn, you need 2 grand just to go to Brazil, and they
well,
call us
actually,
dusty. Damn, like so if you can afford that, clearly you ain't broken dusty. I had no idea.
I went. Well, this was when I went to Brazil. The many times I went to Brazil was the president of the country.
Classy. Hey, something wrong with your audio, bro. I gotta drop you down for a second. My bad, man, but something wrong with your audio. I don't know what that was, but you better fix that. It's still there. Drop down and then come back up. That audio is just, I don't know what's wrong with it. Damn. Sound like you was in there shaving or something. Wow. Man, oh man. But yeah, I had no idea you needed that much money just to go to Brazil. Ain't that about something? And y'all call us broke and dusty. The few who can actually afford that, you can't call us broke and dusty. We got money to go out there and spend just to go to a foreign country. So yeah, women need to get their heads need to get their minds right. Okay, while we wait for Classy to come back, let's watch this next video and shout out to Lady Di and her husband Sir James for this one. Let's take a listen. Fair use,
Why
fair
he gotta
use.
go all the way over there? Because he went around the corner and that did not work. Us women have to stop being so difficult and understand what it is that we actually want, because obviously the men that we want are approaching us and we feel that that's not the right person for us. That sounds so confusing even explaining that. Mad because he's not wearing the type of clothes that you'd rather him put on. When clothes could change and you could help him change that by going to the mall. Remember the song by Beyonce, Upgrade You? Try it. I don't think he would mind if you try to give him a little oomph to his clothes. It's just clothes. Those little things do not matter. What matters is if those characteristics that the man has will last a lifetime of happiness, a lifetime of someone who has your back, a lifetime of honesty and respect, and for us, a lifetime of protection. To say the least, those clothes are not going to protect you at all, sis. So if you're not willing to understand that, then let these men go. You act like he's going over there to find a man.
All right, once again, shout out to Lady Di for that one. Because she's right. As black women, y'all need to stop being so damn difficult and learn how to appreciate the men that are actually in front of you. I mean, if black women were not so difficult in the United States of America with their feminist ideologies, maybe we wouldn't have this damn problem. You know, maybe we wouldn't have this problem. But that's something that they tend not to think about. They think that any man that wants to go overseas is doing it mainly because he's either he's a traitor, he's disrespectful to his own country. You know, he can't handle women in the West. He wants to go deal with some less educated woman, a woman that doesn't speak a lot of English, because he wants to be in control. He can't handle a strong woman. Fuck you. It ain't about being in control. A man wants a traditional minded woman that he can build a relationship with. You can't do that with no modern woman that's not going to trust you to be a leader. Hell no. And to make matters worse, y'all ladies are no better. Y'all go overseas just to get some penis, but y'all want to clown us for going overseas. Seriously, it don't work that way. So yeah, we need to get our acts together. Now, am I against the idea of men going overseas just for some foreign cooch? I'm going to say yes, but at the same time, it's to each his own. I mean, it's your life, it's your money, you do what you want with it, but I recommend you don't do that. But don't let these women sway you into thinking that you have to stay in one area just to find the one. You see, they expect us to stay right here in the West and just put up with their bullshit while they can go travel abroad and do whatever the fuck they want to do. So yeah, it is totally mind-boggling. Ah, damn, where is it? There was a video I wanted to show. Ah, here it is. Here it is. Okay. I'm going to show y'all this video about a Philippine telling the world about the Passport Sis. Okay, fair use, fair use.
Attention to the passport bros, like they're getting women from like the DR, Colombia, the Philippines.
You were tearing down these men that other people wanted, and we wanted them and we got them, and now you just sound like you're insecure and you're jealous and you're bitter because they were probably treating you great in relationships, but you chose to do the opposite of treat them great back, and it's really showing.
Attention to the passport bros, like they're getting women from like the DR, Colombia, the Philippines.
You were tearing down these men that other people wanted, and we wanted them and we got them, and now you just sound like you're insecure and you're jealous and you're bitter because they were probably treating you great in relationships, but you chose to do the opposite of treat them great back, and it's really showing.
I couldn't have said it better myself. So yeah, you had good men in your own country, but you treated them like dog shit, and now they're going someplace where they're going to be appreciated and valued. So yeah, it's just crazy. It's like y'all don't want us to be happy. You want us to stay right here in the West, put up with your nonsense. Just stay right here in the West and just deal with all the bullshit. Y'all don't want us to be happy. To me, it's just mind-boggling. I don't know what happened to Classy Perspective, but I guess he'll come back soon. But nonetheless, I'm going to keep this show going. Okay, let me get my reaction video set up. All right, give me about 1 minute. I'll be right back. And I'm back. All right. This is the section where I do reactions to video that go hand in hand with the subject. Okay, now for my first video, this one is called "The Passport Bro Movement is Inevitable." The damn right it's inevitable. Now let's shout out to, who is this? Nissy.social. Yeah, shout out to her for this content. Let's see what she has to say on this whole thing. Okay, ladies and well, I gotta do this anyway because YouTube be on that bullshit, so I have to show this. Yep, ladies and gentlemen, YouTube be on that bullshit, so I have to display this every time it's time for me to show off a video sometime. Yep. Luckily, I'm not doing this to be monetized or anything, so it doesn't bother me too much. But anyways, fair use. Pretty
Japanese woman. She's absolutely awesome. Let me tell you a little story. For around 10 years, I was dating around in the West. A number of terrible relationships full of shit testing, shit talking, downright emotional abuse, really. My heart completely shut. I just couldn't open up to anyone anymore. Then I went to Japan, and within 3 months, I met my wife. She was just so caring, so...
Well, she ain't bad looking. Hold on. I ain't gonna lie, she wasn't bad.
Testing, shit talking, downright supportive. She genuinely wished for me to feel happy.
Okay, she ain't that bad looking for a Japanese woman. Okay. So I guess he dated in the West, got fed up with the modern day ideologies of the modern women, went overseas and met a Japanese woman who's the complete opposite. And now he's happy. See, ladies, this is what happens. This is what happens when you mistreat your own men. I'm not saying all of y'all do this. I'm just saying this is a majority of what black women are doing out here. It's mind-boggling. But anyways, fair use.
She was the one who finally managed to unlock my heart. I fell for her. I don't wonder at all why #Passport Bros exist.
Hello, everyone. If you are a new viewer, welcome. If you are a returning viewer, welcome back. If this is your second, third, fourth time watching one of my videos and you are not yet subscribed, we already go together. Make it official. Passport Bros. So these are bros who are traveling abroad to try something new. And before I talk about them trying something new, I want to talk about something new that I have tried. If you're like me, then you like when things smell nice. And when I want to smell nice, I use one of my...
Okay, damn. Okay, that's just a sponsorship. We'll skip over that.
They smell... this video. So on to the Passport Bros. When I first heard the term the Passport Bros, I actually thought it was a boy band.
A boy band? Like NSYNC or Backstreet Boys? Clever. Anyways, fair use.
I saw the name. I thought it was a boy band, and I mostly ignored it. But it's kind of hard to ignore it at this point. I mean, we're at the point now where J. Cole made a song called "The Passport Bros." Urban Dictionary defines the Passport Bros as: the Passport Bros are men who have chosen to seek out foreign women, typically from other countries, for relationships.
Yep, that about sums it up. They go overseas to seek out foreign women to form traditional relationships. That's basically this is basically the definition of what the Passport Bros are. That's the definition of what the Passport Bros are doing. That sums it up right there. Let's continue.
They believe that Western women have been influenced by cultural and societal pressures to behave in a certain way, and that by seeking out foreign women, they can find a more authentic, fulfilling, and harmonious relationship. This is seen...
Exactly. I mean, Western society has been so influenced by social media and pop culture in general that has left them undesirable and devalued. They want to be independent boss chicks, and they expect the man to just come into their lives and just deal with them. And to make matters worse, the few women out here who don't subscribe to this 304 culture, baby mama culture, whatever culture has been promoted in the West, they get shamed and looked down upon. So now, if more and more men start going overseas, the traditional women out here in the West are not going to have a lot to deal with. So yeah, that's basically how that goes. But anyways, fair use.
As a way to restore the natural balance between masculine and feminine energy and to avoid the wickedness of Western women. So this movement actually began back in 2011 when a filmmaker by the name Al Grease made a documentary called Frustrated. And the subject of the documentary was Black men who were American and were frustrated with the dating scene in America. And so they went off to Brazil to find more feminine and Brazilian women. Fast forward to 2023, and this movement has expanded, it's blown up, and it has become a very divisive subculture on the internet. There are many people.
Wow, that's how it all got started. Who knew?
Especially women who are disgusted by the Passport Bro movement, and they basically see it as glorified sex tourism.
When you pay attention to the Passport Bros, like they're getting women from like the DR, Colombia, the Philippines, Thailand, like women that can speak very little English, women that don't have education, women that need them.
I think it's very ignorant.
That's we've heard that already. That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard in my entire life. Speak very little English and have little education. I know some foreign women who could speak plenty of English and got education. So you can't say that's the case every freaking time. So no, that's just crazy. Oh, what's up, Classy? Welcome back.
Can you hear me?
Yep, loud and clear. I don't know what happened with your audio last time, but hey.
Sorry I don't know what happened last time. I think that was the failure of.
Yeah, it sounded like you were shaving. I'm like, what the heck?
Yeah, that was crazy. When I went back and heard the playback, I was like, oh, there's something's wrong. And I was using my iPad. Now I'm on my actual desktop computer using a microphone.
All right, well, sounds way better. Way better.
Okay, all right.
Now, excuse me. I forgot what you were saying, but before your audio went crazy. What were you saying? But you saying something about the Passport Sis?
Well, it will never work based off the fact that, as you can see with this young woman right here, it's that attitude. It's the hypergamy, which is normal. Every woman wants a man to take care of them. I get that, but what comes with the success that these women have is this raging attitude. This feminist ideology attitude that they have is the reason why they cannot keep or probably will never be married to a man. And if they are, they probably will be heading for a divorce.
That's true. Yeah, that's true. All right. Now let's see what else she has to say. Okay. Fair use. Fair use.
To assume that women in foreign countries don't speak English and that they are uneducated. And then on the flip side, there are people, including Western women, who understand where the Passport Bros are coming from.
The Passport Bros seem to be a hot commodity nowadays, so let's just go ahead and get straight into it. These are the same men that you said you didn't want, didn't need, and they are broke. I'm gonna be honest, going overseas to travel frequently and live does not equate to broke. But then again, this just simply speaks to the delusion and hypocrisy of women. These men have been very clear in their message. They've said time and time again they want a wife, someone they can build with, start their family with, someone they can create a legacy with. What y'all heard was they wanted someone that they can control. Y'all minimize being a wife simply down to being a slave, even so much as telling those other women overseas that they're uneducated and practicing sex tourism. And in turn, a lot of y'all have took your degree and traded it in for an OnlyFans profile. Nobody's.
Damn. That's deep right there.
Yeah, she's correct. She's actually telling the truth.
I know that, but damn. Trading your degree for an OnlyFans account. Wow.
Yeah, I can tell you right now, I know a bunch of professionals personally who have basically quit their job to start an OnlyFans.
Damn. So that's okay. So that actually does happen. Oh boy. I mean, I used to think that these old sex workers and OnlyFans models didn't have professional jobs, period. That's why that they're doing what they're doing.
Well, you know the reason why they started OnlyFans in the beginning, right?
I don't know. I guess promote more sexuality in the West? I don't know.
Well, I mean, that's one reason. The other reason was because when one reason why the OnlyFans became popular, because if you remember during COVID time, we had I don't want to say the word. I don't want to use anything to monetize it. Let me use a better phrase: exotic dancers. Exotic dancers couldn't make no money, so they came up with the concept of the OnlyFans, where the women could dance.
Oh, okay.
Right. So that's how it started off, and all of a sudden, people saw that and they made it available to everybody, kind of like how Facebook started. It was just only a college chat room, and then Mark Zuckerberg opened it up to the whole entire world.
Oh, okay. Cause now that I think about it, OnlyFans didn't come out until like after COVID, when COVID was in full effect back in 2020. It's been 3 years now.
Mm-hmm.
And the same thing with Zoom. It came out around the same time when you think about it.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
So yeah. Because when COVID took off, all the nightclubs and bars shut down. So I guess they had to give women some way to use their sexuality to kind of make money, if that's what they were doing, prior to that. But nowadays, it's got to where people are just legit quitting their actual jobs, kind of like the same kind of job you have or the same kind of job I have, just so they can do OnlyFans. Seriously, even celebrities are hopping on a bandwagon. It's like it's out of control now.
Well, to speak about celebrities, when you want to talk about the entertainment industry, they're still going through their little SAG protest here in Hollywood. So there are a lot of celebrities, the ones who don't have FU money, like your Al Pacinos, the people that are not affected, like the Robert De Niro's, Leonardo DiCaprio's, those people, Tom Cruise, or Will Smith, those people, Denzel, they're not affected by any of that because they have what they call FU money. They can make a demand of how much they want if you want to put them in a movie. That's just how much power and clout they have. But we're talking about, people that are like our A-list, but however, they haven't hit that pinnacle. They're struggling right now because of the fact of the protests that's going on. So basically, it's like, they're struggling out here, so they're going to start an OnlyFans because they still have a core-based group of fans that still love them. Now, it won't be as much money as they made doing movies or television shows if they make the audition, but they're doing this to try to have something to hold them over until the SAG strike gets over with.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy.
Yeah.
And by the way, I had no idea Facebook was a college chat service, because I found out what Facebook was back in 2009. Before then, it was MySpace. Now, that was like a hookup, networking, dating site all put into one. The granddaddy of all social media back then. But damn.
Kind of like Black Planet and all these other sites that they have.
Now, back in the day, I bagged plenty of chicks on Black Planet back in the day. In early 2000, I bagged several off Black Planet back in the day.
Oh, that makes two of us. I think I must have bagged a lot. It was just too simple to do.
Yeah, MySpace, same thing. I think I met maybe 2 off of MySpace, but most of my hookups came from Black Planet.
I met about 20 off of MySpace, but there's one girl I'm still cool with to this day. Like, we became like brother and sister. Didn't start off like that, but we became like brother and sister. We're like family members almost.
Damn. And how long ago was that?
2009.
So 14 years ago. Damn.
Mm-hmm. And every time I go back to my home state, that's where she lives now, because her husband is in the Air Force, and anybody knows Tinker Air Force Base in Oklahoma City. That's a large Air Force base, and that's where most cadets and most airmen, that's where they migrate to first before they go anywhere else.
Oh, okay, damn.
So yeah, we've been cool ever since. I know her family, she knows mine. It's just one of those situations that just prolonged, that went that far. It's things you can't really explain. You just got to take it with a grain of salt and keep it pushing.
Yeah, I get it, but damn. So y'all met off MySpace or whatever, linked up, whatever happened, and then y'all broke up and went your separate ways? Like, how did that work?
Well, actually, the whole situation, we started off as like, it was homie lover friends, what R. Kelly would call it. We haven't hit the beneficial stage yet. It took about 2 years before we got to that point, because she was 2 states above me. She lived in Omaha, Nebraska, and at that time I was in Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. So you have to go through Kansas to get to Nebraska. And at that time, my aunt actually lived in Omaha, Nebraska. So I used to go visit her a lot. So that's how I got access to her and her family. And so it was just like we went, we were going out having a good time. Hey, when you coming back out here? It turned into that, and then we had a couple of beneficial encounters, but we didn't really push it to another level. We wanted to, but we were just too far away from each other. So it was just like, we just enjoyed each other's company from that point on. It just turned out that way. Both of us never expected to be that way. We never took it that serious to that point. It was just like, well, we're comfortable with each other's company.
I mean, it kind of made sense. I'm like, damn, I would have got something out of it, some kind of benefits out of it, but and let whatever happen happen. But hey, to each his own.
No, I got the benefit out of it, but it didn't progress.
Oh, okay. So you got the sexual satisfaction without it turning to a full relationship. Well,
yeah, it just never progressed. Right, because we lived in 2 different states.
Yeah, well, stuff like that happens. And also keep in mind, this was the early to mid 2000s. It was a kind of a different time back then. It's like back then you could express some kind of interest in a female or whatever without it looking like you're harassing her or stalking her. Good luck trying to do that in this day and age.
It amazes me how things have now switched. Like you can't even tell a female that her tire is flat without her getting upset, thinking that you're harassing her or stalking her. I can tell you a story. One time, I said this show I was on when I said this, I forgot. I was on Singles by Choice show. However, we talked about that situation on how females act nowadays. I can tell you a story where I stared down this black woman, and I wasn't doing it to like be, spooky or creepy or anything like that. I stared down this black woman, and she looked at me. She said, "Ooh, what you looking at? Why are you looking at me? You look like a stalker." I said, "No, dear." I said, "You got a bee on your hairdo." I think that was Melody Show. I said, "You got a bee on your hairdo."
Damn. So she had a bee flying around her head. You said a bee or a bead?
She had a bee, an actual flying bumblebee.
Oh, a flying bee. Okay. Damn. Ain't that about something? You were just looking at the bee flying around her head. You thought you were just creeping her out. I'm like, ain't that about some shit?
And it was funny, the way I told her was because since she was in an aggressive mind state, I said it so lightly and so calmly. I said, "No," I said, "I'm not looking at you to get your attention." I said, "You just got this ginormous bee on your inside of your hairdos, but you have a nice day." And she started flipping out. It was like, "Oh my God!" I was just like,
damn. I had a similar experience, but it didn't end like that. I just told her, "Excuse me, there's a bee on your shoulder." She flipped out, but that's because, it turns out she doesn't like bees. Unfortunately, I don't like bees either. Shoot, them things are annoying as all hell. Don't get stung by one. God forbid if you're allergic to bees. So she had a flip out moment, but at the same time, she thanked me for telling her up front that there was a bee on her shoulder.
Well, I don't know. It's something about me that's weird. I have a sight for details, and I'm just willing to call it out. Like, I've always been that way as a kid. If I see something that don't look right, I'll just say, "Hey, look at that," And it's like, "You weren't looking at me." No, you got a bee in your hairdo. I apologize. You have a nice day.
Damn. I want to say shout out to Sweet Melody. Love what you're telling me. The way you kill it's a felony. Please come back and speak your piece on this.
Yeah, and I've actually had another situation. Same thing again, where a sister was walking. She was beautiful. I was admiring her beauty as well as what was on her. She has some pigeon doo-doo on her dress. And she had a red dress on. I was like, "What the hell?" I was like, "What is that white?" See, I noticed stuff. I should have been a detective because I noticed little small details like that. I got a good eyesight for things like that. I don't try to do it. It's just something that I'll zoom in on real quick. I'm like, "Is that bird doo-doo?"
And she was like, oh my God, this whole time I'm thinking I'm looking fine and fly. I'm like, that does exist, but I'm like, that little white smudge doesn't make it any better.
She has some bird doo doo on her. You know what? I've learned to just simply ignore stuff.
Huh?
I've learned to ignore stuff like that because nowadays you know how people gonna respond to that. You know,
Well,
man, you don't know how people gonna respond.
Well, I was that type of kid that'll ruin a magic show, even with the little rabbit trick where it disappeared. I figured it out. They would have to pull me away from the magic show. I'd be like, wait a minute, hold up, after everybody clapping. You see that extra mirror right there? And they would have to pull me away.
Oh no, you can't be that guy. But anyways, before I continue, let's welcome Sweet Melody. Love what you're telling me. The way you kill it, it's a felony. How you doing, my sister?
Hey, I'm good. How are you? How are you guys today?
We're doing good this fast Monday morning.
So I came late. What are you guys talking about?
So what's today's topic? Passport bros versus passport sis. What's your take on the whole thing?
Well, passport bros are doing it because they're trying to find better options of women. They are trying to find that submission that they're missing here in the States. Whereas passport sis, they're just doing it to probably go over there for girl trips and have, segs with different types of men and pretty much to rub it in the passport bro's face like, hey, you can do it. I can do it too. So I feel like the passport cis people, they're just like, nah, I can do it too. You guys aren't special. So that's my take on it. I'm serious. Like, it's just a response to the passport bros. That's all.
She's right, Hustle and Must Live. And Melody is right. Do you remember that old movie by Pee Wee Herman called Pee Wee Herman's Big Adventures?
I remember that movie, yep.
Do you remember
R.I.P. to Pee Wee Herman.
Right, R.I.P.
Reuben. But do you remember in the scene where he gets into this stupid little frustrated argument with this obese kid, right? And what was the end of it? I know you are the word of mine. I know you are the word of mine. I know you are the word
I remember that. I remember that scene. Melly was too young to remember, but being classy were like little kids when that movie came out. Yep, we remember it.
Yeah, I don't remember that, but it's funny as heck.
Oh yes, that's basically what it is. They're trying to again compete with us, and that's the problem. Why are women in the West constantly trying to compete with men? Seriously, everything can't be a goddamn competition. That's why we're leaving to get with women who don't want to make everything competition. Ugh.
I mean, do you guys agree that women are supposed to be competing with other women for a man,
That's not bad enough.
Not the men. It's just you're competing with the wrong people. You need to compete for a good man. You need to be the best version of yourself. Make sure you look pretty. Make sure your weight is at a nice weight. Make sure your hair and nails stay done. Eat healthy. Be the best woman for a man. Don't compete with a man. That's ridiculous to me.
Exactly right. But they always want to say, well, men go overseas because they can't compete with us. They can't get on our level. Why the holy mother of hell do I want to compete with a woman I'm trying to build a relationship? Like Melody just said, you should be building with a man, not competing with a man. Why does that even matter?
It shouldn't matter, but it's just Black women got it backwards. That's why men are going to other races of women, because we don't know how to do it. We're just not better at being women, unfortunately, like other women are.
Right. And by the way, on my channel, you can use some foul language, but keep it at a minimum, please. So let the words fly, but keep the nasty words and foul language at a minimum for YouTube's sake, okay?
I got you.
Let the words fly.
Definitely.
However, and for the most part, I don't blame all these women, because you have to take a look at the background in the history that goes further from them. Meaning you have to take a look at their mothers, how their situations were with men. You have to take it even further back to probably even the grandmothers, how their situations were with men back then as well. So I'm going to assume, like for me, I can say this with full confidence. I have no problem with a woman want to, earn for a living, want to get their dream job or whatever. The problem with the situation is the fact that being able to differentiate the difference between what you do on your job and how you handle yourself on your job when it comes to your personality, your attitude versus how you deal with the relationship. Those are two different things. Like I can go on a date with a woman, right? And we can talk about their job, okay? But it can't be the only thing that I need to know about you is your job. Like if I take a person on the first date, like for example, if I ask a woman, first time I meet them, right? The first time if I ask a woman that, can you tell me about your personality? Usually nowadays, the first thing that comes out is about their job. That's a plus. Now, once we get past that, you're telling me how good you are with your employers. Now tell me something about yourself as a woman. You know, these women, they go blank when I ask that question. And I told her, I said, is that, and I told this one, I told this one, I said, is that the only thing you have to talk about? I said, is that what makes you? It's your job? I said, because you got to understand, yes, I love my job too, but we're all going to go 6 feet under one day. And the job and the building that you work at is going to be rebuilt 20 times over for the next 300 years.
Right.
And there's not going to be a statue or plaque of you anywhere because they don't give a damn, excuse my language. Sorry about that. They don't care. Why? Because the next youngin up. And the only people you're going to have care for you when you get older is your family if you have one. If you don't have one, it's just going to be you and all your accomplishments and fight on the side.
Right. That's facts. Yeah, I don't know why a lot of Black women lead with their jobs. It's so weird. You hear other races of women leading with what they can do for a man. You know, how they can be nurturers and they were like a family one day and things like that. Well, Black women, they talk about, hey, I'm this, I'm that, I'm in corporate. It's all about their job.
Well,
And
actually,
they try.
it comes. I don't mean to interrupt you. I apologize.
No,
I just want to throw this little caveat in. Actually, it's just not just Black women no more. It's white
well,
women.
I'm sorry, Western women.
It's Western
Yes.
women because I even talked to some Asian dudes. They say they get it rough with Asian women. It's not within their culture. It's just not put out on the internet on the news the way we do it.
Right. Well, I guess, because look at Jeannie Mai. I mean, you're right. Asians too. Like you said, westernized women. So I gotta stop saying Black women.
Yeah.
It's not Black women.
Any female of any race who lives in America, put it like that.
No. Let's expand it. Any female that lives in America, the UK, Canada, Australia, all these Western countries, because I can tell you right now. Yeah, that's a Western country. I can tell you that. Well, they don't have laws that's more strenuous than ours. That's the cap. You know, that's the little respect you can give these other countries. Okay, I'll say that. But what I'm saying is, I can tell you right now. I can tell you for a fact. You know who's the worst type of sister to be around? It ain't an American woman.
What is it, British?
It's the UK Black women.
I heard about that.
Yes, so did I.
Yeah, that's why I hate to bring up other content creators, but that's probably why Jessica X used to be like, why are you guys attacking me saying I'm in y'all business when it's just as bad here in the UK? Like, are you kidding me?
Yeah. As a matter of fact, I did ask Jessica X that sometime last year. I posed a question on Obsidian's channel. Shout out to Obsidian. I posed a question of, do you think dating in the UK is any better than it is in the West? Or do you think it's just as bad out there as it is over here in America? And she said it's almost it's damn near it's damn near as bad out there. That's what she said. Her and some other guy that was also from Britain.
Yeah. Yeah, but I guess I don't know. It just seems like America has the worst women, but I guess we have to be in these other countries to find out that's a lie.
Well,
Because
oh, go
yeah,
ahead, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I'm
I don't.
sorry. I always say because at the end of a sentence. It's weird. All right, go ahead.
Oh,
Go ahead.
I was like, I try to keep it respectful. I have a tendency. That's one of my flaws.
Me too.
But actually, I'm not gonna. I'll be honest. For a person that's traveled, I've been to South Africa. I've been to Tanzania. Places like Austin, Holloman has been. I haven't been to Nairobi, Kenya. I've heard great things about that place. But however, I've been to Brazil. I've been to Dominican Republic more times than I count on my hand. And I'm thinking about going to Peru or Uruguay. I want to see what those places are in South America. However, the issue is that they do exist, right? Like I had a friend literally that just came back from Sosua, Dominican Republic. Now that little region right there, that region north of the Dominican Republic, is known for a lot of tourism. And what comes with that is, you got the women out there too, the BBL capital of the world. A lot of women out there is, we're gonna give you for something in return. That's just how it is in that little portion. Not all the Dominican Republic women like that. It's just that portion of the tourism. So I want to make that clear. I like Dominican people; they're real cool. But what I'm saying is that he doesn't. I had to teach him the dynamics of how it works out in that small area because it's not like meeting a woman in Brazil. What I mean by that, the tourist areas in Brazil, they still, there's vendors out there trying to press you to give them money and sell something. But when it comes to dealing out there in Dominican Republic, you have to negotiate the price beforehand in certain places. If you don't, then these women are going to rape you for all, excuse my language, they're going to tape you for everything that you got if you don't set the price early. What happened in his situation is like, you got to understand, let me go back just a little bit, and I don't want to be long-winded. You got to understand that the value of the American dollars is extremely high in the Dominican Republic. It's extremely high versus in Brazil. The problem is, and these women, they live off of what? 2,000 pesos a month? 2,000 pesos American money is $20.
That's a lot.
Right.
Yes. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh yeah. And well, Melody just came in, so I'm gonna play this video for her so she can get a sense of what the passport bros are about. And shout out to Chantel Simone for this video. Let's see it. Fair use, fair use.
In response to the passport bro movement, a lot of modern Western women decided to start their own passport sisters. But hear me out, y'all. Common sense should have told them why that's not going to. Actually, critical thinking should have told them why that's not going to work. And here's why. I'm going to tell y'all in one word. Hypergamy. Traveling overseas for a husband, but you want that husband to pay for your lifestyle that you currently have in America, just not mathing up right there. More than likely, you are going to have to be the breadwinner in the relationship. Now, here is an example of a passport sister who miserably failed at her passport sistering. I'm gonna review this video tonight at 6 p.m. Central on my YouTube channel, so pull up for that, because we gotta give what common sense or critical thinking did not give a lot of these women.
Yeah. Shout out to Chantel raising hell. She is sweet as sugar, but tough as a seashell. That's basic shit.
I like that.
I love that you have one for everybody, like all the content creators that you watch.
Yeah, almost all.
Yeah. So
yeah. I've been doing that for a minute, but that was her take on it. Y'all remember what that Dominican Republic chick did when she went to Dominican Republic, got with a guy? I guess she wanted to be the breadwinner of the relationship, and it turned to complete shit after that.
oh yeah. It's not gonna work. You can't. She had a great point. I don't know why I never thought about it that way.
And I know the area she's in too. I know where they at.
And Classy said he knows her personally. I'm like, whoa boy, how did you meet her? For her father, whatever you said.
Who do you know? I'm I'm sorry, who did you say you know?
No, I said the young lady that you see on the screen that met the gentleman in the Dominican Republic. She's a medical doctor, and her father's a judge.
Oh.
So
Oh,
she
damn.
comes from a pristine background.
And you know her.
Yeah. Y'all notice how a lot of these women who got family members or parents or whatever that are in these advanced fields tend to be the I don't know, the most independent and I guess the toughest or whatever. Your father's a judge, your mom's a doctor or whatever, your dad's a police officer. They tend to have that mindset. Not all of them, but most of them do.
Right.
You want to know why? Oh, go ahead, Melly. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. No, I was saying you're right. It is most of them because they see how independent their parents were. So it just trickled down, you know?
I mean, you would think their fathers would teach them, like, hey, this is what true masculinity is. You need to honor it. Avoid toxic masculinity at all times. Kind of like what Melly's parents showed her, from what I understand. Right, my girl?
Yes, exactly.
So yeah, you can spot good masculinity and toxic masculinity from a mile away, you know?
Definitely.
But the problem is, I'm sorry to laugh, but the problem is for her, that's not the case. I can tell you what the case is. This woman comes from a pristine background where her father is part of something excellent and her mother is. Problem is, when you have parents like that, they expect you in the same return to be just as excellent as they are. Because you are a representation of them, especially when you talk about that upper class echelon. You have to report yourself a certain way. Now, I do agree with the both of you. The problem is that she's been taught all of that. Here's the problem. She has indoctrinated her mindset into the Ebony K. Williams mentality. That's why it's wrong for her. Because here's the problem. Here's why she's doing that. You want to know why?
Why?
She's black.
Now,
now ask yourself the question, why do I say that?
Because she's black. I'm trying to figure it out. I'm sorry. I'm still tired in my head.
That's okay. That's all right.
Why is it because she's black?
Okay, I'll go ahead and break it down to you. You do have a lot of boule type people that live up in those neighborhoods that look down upon middle class and lower class blacks as well. Not saying her father is like that, because I've met her father before. He's very nice. I'm just saying that the way they view things when they look at the black community below them is that they have to do everything to uphold a certain standard, especially in the community that they stay in, which is mostly predominantly white.
Right.
So every single day, they're always trying to prove themselves, even when they've already accomplished everything. They're always trying to prove that I'm not those N-words down there.
Right.
The issue is here's when it becomes an issue, and I've noticed that it's more effective on the daughters than it is the sons for the most part. I'll explain this. When it comes to the daughters, her opportunities are usually extremely low. Why? Because she's got something against her. She's a Black American. She's around a lot of white boys. Excuse my language if I could say that. She's around a lot of white Americans for the most part. So her dating options when it comes to people that look like her are very small. So she's gonna have to do what? For the most part, be around people that don't have as much as she do. Now to break that down even more, the problem with her is that there are black men in her environment, but at the same time, have you presented yourself in the best light toward those men because they're black? Because you might be putting those same black men in the same situation that you put in other black men that you see on internet that the sisters go up against, right?
Yeah.
So they're looking at you like, well, dang, I see a sister I might like. She looks just like me. We have the same type of family. You would think we could make something together. But as soon as she opens up her mouth, he's going to be like, no, I probably can work with her in business, but as a partner, I'll pass.
Right.
Gotta go. You make a great point there.
Mm-hmm. And that's the problem. Again, it's like, how should I put this? We don't want to be mates as far as building a relationship is concerned, but we'll be better business partners. And that's the problem. It's like nowadays, marriage, I looked at kind of as a business rather than, two people coming together doing right by the almighty high. Oh, Melody dropped off, but okay, she'll be back.
Well, the problem
and that's why I'm against this whole marriage as a business kind of thing, because with a business, you can do that with almost anybody as long as they have the proper, business etiquette mindset. But when it comes to a marriage and relationship, you can't do that with everybody. There are certain criteria that need to be met. The man got his role, the wife got his role, and there's a degree of submission on the woman's part. With a partnership, you're not going to get that. With a partnership, it's like y'all equal. She's just as good as you are, so you're not going to get the submission of a wife from an equal partner that you're supposed to get,
For the most part, you're right about what you said. That is true. For the most part, you do have some like small little increments. And I'm not saying that's the forefront. I'm just saying you do have some small increments where you have actually, I can say this from experience. There's a woman doctor. She's a black woman, Black American woman. She has a husband and she has kids, and she still, when she was pregnant, she was still working in surgery. However, she was anesthesia. She wasn't a surgical doctor, meaning that you don't have to be compressed. Your body doesn't have to be compressed towards the floor table where the patient is. Being an anesthesia doctor, all you have to do is do a lot of monitoring and make sure the patient stays asleep and clinically alive, right? So she doesn't have to do a lot of strenuous work for the most part, let alone but picking up a syringe or moving the bed with the remote control. So, she can get away with stuff like that. And plus, she's in a safe environment, which is a hospital. So it works better for doctors, in my opinion, than your average woman or your woman that does have money going into a job pregnant where there's no hospital close by. I've seen that happen, and I've seen people, a lot of women who actually marry men of prestige, and they'll quit their jobs and they'll throw their college degree away just to be a simple wife.
Yeah, absolutely.
But the majority won't be able to pull it off.
Yeah, absolutely. Too bad Melly dropped off. I want to check out this video, but she'll probably come back, hopefully. But she gave some good insight.
Yeah, she did. I hope she comes back.
Yeah, this is like a second time being on my, she was on my channel before, but she didn't get a chance to say anything. This is her first time speaking her piece on my channel, but I hope she comes back. But until then, let's continue with this video. Fair use.
Said anything when women were going to Dubai. We know why you were going. Nobody said anything when women were flying state to state getting flued out. We know what you were doing. Nobody said anything when Nigerian and Jamaican men needed green cards and y'all started falsifying marriage documents so you could drive your Range Rover with your red bottoms. Let's just call a spade a spade. Y'all wanted the option to go back to these men after the man that you really wanted was done dragging you through the mud.
Damn. Nothing but facts. Yeah, I didn't know they were doing. I had no idea they were doing that to that extreme.
Mm-hmm. Did you see the I don't know if you noticed this a lot now today. I don't know if you noticed this, Hustle and Muscular. Nowadays, these women are actually traveling, following Passport Bros to pretend to be Brazilian, to pretend to be Colombian.
Wait, pretend to be Colombian? How does that work? Well,
if you've ever, about, I'll say Brazil and Colombia. A lot of people there look black, even though they don't claim it. They claim the ethnicity, but they don't claim the race. There's a lot of black people in Brazil and Colombia, especially a lot of people. I try to explain to a lot of people during the Atlantic slave trade, the majority of the slaves went to Brazil, not North America. They don't do their research in that there's more black people in Brazil than there is in America, and their history is almost identical to ours, except for the Jim Crow.
Oh, I didn't even know that. Now I knew there was some blacks in Brazil, but I didn't think it was more of them out there. I kind of thought Nigeria. I kind of thought next to Nigeria, it was more blacks out there.
No, No. I'm talking about the actual slave trade.
Oh, the slave trade.
Yeah,
Okay,
when
that,
the slave trade happened, the majority of black slaves didn't go to North America. They went to Brazil and they went to the Caribbean, and then it was America.
so from Brazil to the Caribbean, then to North America. Okay.
I mean, I'm just telling you the basic countries that have the majority. I mean, I'm sure there's more like Panama, things like that. I'm just throwing out the majority. Now, here's the thing. Let me go ahead and self-correct myself on something. However, the majority in Brazil resides in Salvador Bahia, not Rio de Janeiro. That's where people get a little bit confused when they see Rio. They think, wow, man, they ain't nothing but a bunch of white girls. No, they're black people there. But when you go to Salvador Bahia, that's where you're going to see nothing but black folks.
Oh, okay. And that kind of goes back to what I said earlier. They say we're betraying our own race of people. Like you said, it's black people in places outside of America. Like you said, Brazil, the Caribbeans. Yeah, Colombia. I'm sorry.
But I don't mean to cut you off, and that's my fault. But have you noticed that they never said anything about Brazilian women? No, think about this. It's going to Thai and Philippine women. They don't say nothing about Brazilian women because they know the history is almost identical. And when you step into Brazil, you see natural afros, size 2 waistlines, cornrows.
Oh, because they're not only is their skin tone similar, but I guess their culture is kind of similar to the Afro American. It's always the Philippines or the Asian that they call out. Like you saw in the previous video that I played up here, they were talking about the Philippine women, and the Philippines were just biting back in the craziest way possible. I noticed that too. Now that I think about it, every time these women go in on foreign, these American black women go in on foreign women, it's always somebody, outside of their skin tone. It could be Asian women, it could be Philippine women, it could be Vietnamese women, it could be, I don't know, Trinidad. Well, maybe not Trinidad women. I don't know.
You can't.
Dominican Republic women. Yeah, it's always them.
Yes, they can't go at Brazilian women because why? How do you go at somebody that looks like you that's going through subjected to the same things that you are? You can't. The only thing you can say about those women is they speak Portuguese.
Right. Thanks for pointing that out, because I never noticed that up until now.
And see, they can't use it because they know brothers know the history of Brazil. A lot of people don't know that Brazil's slavery ended 23 years later after American slavery ended. So they were still objectified while we were out of it.
Wow. Yeah, that's good to know. I didn't even know that history. I mean, I knew there were blacks in Brazil. Just like any other, just like other countries outside of the West. But I didn't know it was that deep. Like the slave trade was around that. It was in that area.
I mean, think about it. What can you say to those people that look like us, which is basically a mirror of us? That's why when we go to Brazil, Black Americans, they get along with us perfectly.
Yeah.
And the culture is almost similar.
I mean, think about that. They got a martial arts style that incorporates breakdancing, kind of like what we do in the West, bebopping, hip hop, and breakdancing. It's called capoeira.
You talking about Brazilian capoeira?
Something like that, whatever it's called.
Yeah, it's called capoeira. Do you know the story behind that?
No, I don't. I just know it incorporates a bunch of high flying moves combined with some breakdancing. That's all I know about the dance. That's all I know about it.
Let me tell you the story behind that, and it's gonna crack you up. Because even I laughed. I said it was very cunning, very smooth, and very slick on how they did it. Do you know back there in Brazil how capoeira got started? There were a bunch of slaves fighting each other. Now I forgot what it was about, but they were having a fight. The slave masters came out to see what's going on, and they disguised it as they were dancing, just to get the slave masters to go away.
What?
I kid you not.
So the slaves were out in the fields fighting one another, and when the slave masters came out, they had to pretend that they were dancing to cover the fact that they were fighting.
Yep.
Damn. And thus Capoeira was born. Breakdance fighting.
Breakdance fighting, right. Now, of course, no disrespect to the Brazilian people, no disrespect to y'all. We don't mean disrespect when we say that, but to the Brazilians who are listening out in the world, we say that because when hip hop started, we had something called b-boying. And when you look at breakdancing movies here in America, which I'm sure all of y'all know because y'all watch all of our movies. They watch everything. Most of the stuff they love mirroring is 1980s black, 1970s black. They love 1970, 1980s music and 90s music and rap. It's about 2000 and that's it. They won't. You play Sexy Red, they're gonna look at you like you lost your mind.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, this is why I tell Brazilians, capoeira is almost mirroring breakdancing back in the United States. And they'll say, to an extent, but y'all are not really fighting. Y'all are actually like just dancing. And it just looks like
the point.
Right. And I said, well, that's where I get about the similarities. I said, y'all do this. This is a competition. Like they literally have capoeira compositions. And when you see it in person, it's more amazing in person than it is watching on YouTube. It's incredible.
Man, I never knew that. You learn something new every day. You learn something new every day. And shout out to what the fuck, Salty Balls.
Oh, Salty Balls, I've seen him on Dennis Sperling. He cool.
That name.
He's funny too. He is hilarious.
All right. Shout out to you. And Sweet Melanie, if you're still back there, come back and talk to us. The same thing with you. You come up and chop it up with us anytime. Link is in the description. Passport Bros versus Passport Sis. So now we understand that the whole breakdancing fighting style known as capoeira was developed when the slaves had to pretend to be dancing while their slave masters were walking around. You learn something new every day. Now it turned to a whole art form. Ain't that something?
Yeah. Something like that turned into an art form, but that's the beauty of us as Black people. We have the ability to turn lemons into lemonade like it's nothing.
Oh man, ain't that something? You said I got a troll account called Veiny Dixie. You think that one's funny?
Oh my god. That's classic, dude.
Vane E. Dix.
Veiny, oh no. I better not say it. I want to demonetize.
Oh no, I ain't doing this for no damn money. So yeah, like I said, keep it on the minimum.
Man, if you say it fast enough, it'll connect. That's funny.
Veiny Dix. Okay, I get it.
Oh my god, that's classic. I think, my personal opinion, I think him and Squeegee Kid are the funniest people on YouTube. That's just my opinion, but Lord.
Wow. Man, you killing us. Wow, with these names. Yeah, he was on Miss Didi panel the other day. I don't think he came on the stream. He was in the class listening in. I'm like, this guy with these names.
Yeah, it's crazy because Dennis Sperling, Mr. Sperling calls him Deacon Salty Balls.
Okay. Wow. Kind of fitting compared to what these preachers be doing for real behind closed doors.
Man. But I always tell people, like, for me, when it comes to traveling, I think everybody should travel for the right reasons. Not for any, like, stupid, petty reasons like what's going on with here. But the simple fact of the matter is, one thing that I always tell my friends when they get their first passport book or global entry card or whatever it is that they get, right? First thing I'll tell them is leave your American at home. Leave the American at home. Not saying don't be respectful. I'm not saying don't be American. I'm saying a lot of stuff that we do, it could be offensive to them. Be careful.
Exactly. And I tell that to anybody that wants to go overseas, not just women, but men too. Research the culture, research their laws, find out what's acceptable. Because you know how you move out there, it could mean difference between you, having your freedom and having to take it away from you,
And also learn a little bit of the language. You don't have to know everything. Just get a little, the typical, like if you go to Brazil, same as Spanish, say hola or oi. They understand that you're trying, even if you mess up. They get what you're talking about. The effort is what counts.
Yeah. At least try to understand their way of life and their language,
Yeah, I'll be like, hola, como foi seu dia? They'll be like, oh, no, obrigado, de nada.
Exactly. Right. At least try. But anyway, let me get back to this video. Okay, fair use.
HM, before you start, let me say one more thing.
Go ahead.
Before you start, fellas, the reason why a lot of that stuff is happening over in Colombia, keep your jewelry and your fancy clothes at home. Stop flashing in front of people that don't have it like you. They know you're American. Stop. Go ahead.
I could have told you that. Shit, even in America, you can't go everywhere flaunting your wealth like that. It'll be like going to the hood doing that. You just asking for trouble,
Thank you.
Yeah, even in our own country, we can't do that. So when you go overseas, it ain't going down like that.
And you better understand something. The law is not on your side in other countries because you are American. They respect that dollar before they respect what they're going to do for you.
Yeah, exactly. Okay,
because
salty ball.
You're not a native of the land.
Yeah, exactly. So that's something to definitely think about. I mean, we can't do that in America, depending on where we live at or whatever. We can't do that overseas. At least in America, only certain people are going to be coming for you. But in a foreign country, the whole country coming for you. Everybody coming for you in that case.
Exactly. So chill out, have a good time, and just enjoy the country.
Yeah. All right, let's get back into this. Fair use.
So get everything you love about the holiday.
Okay, an ad just popped up. Oh God, I hate when this happens. Give me a minute. All right, here we go. Fair use.
I think a lot of people generalize the Passport Bros movement as the modern day version of the mail order bride, and they have this idea that all of the guys who are Passport Bros, they're just unattractive, they're fat, they're ugly, they're losers, and they can't get women in their home country, and so they're going to another country to find women that they think are going to have lower standards. And a lot of the videos that I've seen, they're all pretty young and they're pretty average looking, so they're not like Big Ed.
They don't look like this guy, at least. All right, fair use.
At the same time, I don't think that the Passport Bros movement is a monolith. Do I think that there are men who are calling themselves Passport Bros, but they're going abroad to just party and to hook up with women and to objectify women and live la vida loca? Yes, but I would say that those men are not Passport Bros, they're Passport Hoes.
That's a good point. There's Passport Bros and Passport Hoes.
That's a fair point. That is a fair point. On both sides of the occasions, I try to tell people all the time, yes, there are men who are going to these countries for different reasons. Not everybody follow the same pattern and the same goal. That's not the same goal for everybody, but it does exist.
Yeah, that's But yet they want to shame men for going over. I mean, yeah, I agree. Men shouldn't go overseas trying to, pick up women and stuff like that. Have a legit reason. But the issue is women go over these countries for the opposite, more or less the same reasons as the passport hoes. The passport sis are damn near on the same level as the passport hoes, but yet they want to complain about the passport hoes. Ain't that something? They kind of go hand in hand when you think about it.
Yeah, for the most part it does. But the thing about it is that these women here in America do not understand that American law doesn't apply to these other countries. These women are not vulnerable. They know exactly what they're doing. They're trying to get paid. You trying to bring your stuff over to that country, they're gonna look at you silly. Why? Because you are going to go back to your country, and they're gonna have to deal with what they have to deal with within their country. So it will never apply.
Yeah, and that's something I spoke on before in the past. They need to understand you can't get away with what you can in the West that you can get away with. You can't get away with stuff out there that you can out here in the States. They don't seem like they don't want to acknowledge that for whatever reason. But
it's funny to me though, H&M. It cracks me up because I think about it. It's like, well, I'm just talking about our community at this point. Why are a bunch of women upset with 6% of men that have their passports and only 3% of them actually uses them over the vast 4% of black men that are still here in America that are single and childless with no kids?
So that's a small number. Damn.
I kid you not, H&M, black women have been traveling way before black men if they weren't in the military.
If they weren't in the military. Oh, okay. I never knew that. I mean, as a veteran myself, I can attest to that, but I didn't know that it was going on way before then.
No, it was. I'm not talking about the men that were in the military. Most men in the military, that's all they did was travel. No, I'm not talking about those gentlemen. I'm talking about gentlemen who weren't in the military.
Okay. I mean, that's nothing new, honestly, but do you mean travel overseas or just traveling in general?
No, I'm just talking about traveling overseas, traveling in general across the states. That's been going on forever. I'm talking about it's just now increasing. It was never like this in vast numbers as it is now. The percentage back then was still low, but at the same time, it just has increased, but not as much though. These ladies make it seem like that, oh God, all black men are leaving America. Where are you going? And it's like, well, you don't want any parts to do with me, so why would you complain?
Yeah, good point. I mean, the way they talk, it's like damn near half the population of American men are going overseas. I kind of thought it was far-fetched at first. I'm like, I hear about the passport bros or whatever. I see all these videos. I'm thinking, I'm pretty sure a vast majority of men are not going overseas like that. That's just a small percentage. But even that small percentage is enough to trigger these women. Seriously. They say all you need is a spark to start a fire. But damn, look at the fire that majority of men has sparked. Look at that fire that they sparked. A small number of men going overseas sparked a huge outrage, a huge fire amongst black women.
Right.
So yeah.
It has become global. That's what's so crazy about it. You know who's making it going global? It's not black men, really. It's the women. When you get the most famous rapper, arguably in the business right now, J. Cole, making a song called Passport Bros, you got to think about it. It's like going back to Kevin Samuels. Kevin Samuels, when he was talking about men, he wasn't that popular. As soon as he got on the women, exploded. Boom.
Yeah, exactly. And by the way, I knew a guy at my job that had that song by J. Cole, Passport Bro, as a ringtone. I'm like, you listen to that?
Oh, I got it too. I own it too. I like it.
I'm like, boy, this song ain't bad. I'm like, damn, you got a song called Passport Bros? I never knew I never knew the song existed until maybe a year after it came out or whatever. Sometime after it came out.
Yeah. I played it on my phone. I was out at the mall. No more dead. A sister almost slapped my phone out of my hand.
Wow. Because she knew what was up.
Serious.
Oh yeah, shout out to Angela C. Angela C, how you be? Your Discourse top tier MVP.
What's up, Angela C? Hello, beautiful.
Yeah. Angela, if you want to come back, chop it up with me and Class C, feel free to do so. Topic is Passport Bros versus Passport Sis. I want to get your perspective on this. Until then, all right, let's continue the video. Fair use, fair use.
Well, bad puns later. I would say that Passport Bros are largely a group of men who have been pushed out of the dating pool, and it largely has to do with feminism. This is why I believe that, whether you agree with it or not, the Passport Bros movement was inevitable.
2,000 people in attendance. She gets up and she says, Patrick, this is very hard for me to say this. Let me tell you why it's very hard. I said, what's that? She says, ever since in high school, I wanted to prove to men that I can beat them. So when I graduated high school and college, I opened up my salon. We do very well. I've made millions of dollars. My people and my work that work at the salon, they do very well for themselves. I drive a nice car. I have a nice house. I have money. I have millions. I don't worry about any of that stuff. You know what decision I made last night? I said, what's that? She says, I want a husband. I no longer want to compete with men. I need them. And I'm like, what? She's saying this in front of 2,000 people with her sister sitting right next to her. And now she's getting emotional. How many 65-year-old women do we have to hear saying that I marched with the feminist movement and I bought into the fact that men are the enemy? I'm 65 now. I've never been married. I don't have a single kid. I'm alone and I'm miserable. And I wish I would have never bought into that philosophy.
Wow. I wonder why. Yep, feminism lied. I did a show on that about a couple months ago, how feminism has lied to our women, and that's the end result of what happens.
Oh, I can take a story way past what he's talking about. And this happened, this was before I'm in the position I am, where I am right now in the medical field. This was way before. I was like 19 years old. Started working in surgery when I was 17 years old. When I first got out of high school. I remember I had this lady. She was a rich lady, very wealthy, probably owned half of a city in America, right? 84 years old. I can tell this story because this is a long time ago, so it won't affect me at all, as long as I don't use any names, and I'm not going to do that. So she's 84 years old, right? She died of cancer. And I tried to help this woman out of her bed into a wheelchair to take her where she needs to go, right? Her words were very aggressive. Don't help me, I can do it myself.
Damn.
She caught herself. She said, well, wait a minute. She said, you know what? I'm sorry. I'm used to doing everything by myself. Can you please help me?
Wow. Well, you know what they say, the older we get, the more stuck in our ways we get. So I guess she was stuck in her ways up until she had to go to the hospital. Yep, it happens.
Well, she was already in the hospital. Here's where it gets worse. As I was rolling her to surgery, right? She's talking to me, telling the story. She tells me about all the great things she's done. She said, I bust my tail off. I run my family business. I'm one of the richest women in this city. I own half the city's wealth, right? And she said, you know what? The end result out of all this was never having anybody to love me. And this woman was crying tears. She said, I put all that to the side and never had a husband. Every man that tried to marry me, I turned them all down. And this is the end result of my journey is making a whole lot of money and ain't got nothing to show for it but death coming. You know what happened 3 days later?
What? Oh, damn. Sorry to hear that.
I mean, this was like a decade and a half ago, but was a sad story. It's like I did everything that I was supposed to do to compete with men, the same like the story that he's telling. And she said my end result was cancer. And I don't have nobody to come visit me.
Damn. Well, I've heard about that kind of stuff happen, especially when they be in these nursing homes talking about they did everything. They they lived this independent lifestyle. Now they're in the nursing home with no family members to come visit them. So I've heard similar stories. But that's what happens when you buy into this modern day feminist ideology. You try competing with men. You try and doing what men are doing, not understanding biologically that men and women are different. So you put all this, the same stress that you and I got to go through just to work our jobs. Now they got to go through the same stress. And when they're worn out and devalued, it's like, oh, where did I go wrong at? Because as men, we don't want a woman that's going to compete with us. We want a woman that's going to be supportive of us, that's going to build with us. We want a woman that's going to be, how should I put it? We want a woman that's going to be our helpmate and support, not our freaking competition. That's what she was, just a man's competition. He didn't want that. She bought into the idea that, oh, you can't handle me. I'm too much for you. You got to get on my level. Okay, 30 years later, you ain't got a man. You're single by yourself with no man. And RIP to that patient of yours. But this is what happens. Ladies, take a lesson from that. That's how you're gonna be if you continue back into this independent BS that they're feeding you. You know.
And can I throw another caveat into this situation?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
And this is a little bit off base, a little bit. I want to explain to people about people with a lot of money, billionaires, people like Elon Musk, Steve Jobs, all these people that have accomplished more than even the most richest people can ever accomplish in life. The problem with people with so much and they've accomplished so much, you know what happens to the human brain? It gets bored.
What happened?
It gets bored. It gets real boring. That's why you have people with smart brains like Dr. Oppenheimer that can make the atomic bomb, or what's the dude's name? Bill Gates, who's trying to come up with different type of medicines and stuff. They're bored because they've accomplished and they have had everything. Once you have everything and you've accomplished everything, you get bored. It's not saying that you don't like the things that you've accomplished and the things that you have experienced through life, but you get bored. That's why you got people like Diddy doing strange crap, because you've already done everything. You've experienced everything. Everything in life you have won. And so you're searching around the world to see what else you can accomplish. You're searching around the world to see what else that you can do in life. I'm not saying that you don't like doing those things that you've accomplished, but you've now gotten bored. Your brain has now become stagnant. That is one reason why I would never want all that money and all that success, because they're usually crazy in their head. Why? Because they're bored. It's like having a pit bull being stagnant. Those pit bulls are usually work dogs. If they're not doing something, what's going to happen? All they know how to do is attack. It's all in the brain.
Oh, now that's deep right there. Because I've noticed a lot of these celebrities be into some strange stuff. I'm like, dang, all this money, wealth status that they got, and they into all this little strange ass stuff. I've noticed that myself. That explains it all.
It's bored. It's like, for example, H&M. Just an example. I'm not saying you like it. I'm just saying I give you caviar, and you're like, damn, this is magnificent. You know, you get that wow factor in you. You're like, wow, this is dope. Second time you eat it, I still love it. Still good. Third time you eat it, you kind of like, why not? I'll still eat it. It's good. It's still one of my favorite dishes. But the fourth time around, if you take a person out on a date, maybe you should try this. And she might be like, well, maybe you should try it. You're going to be like, well, I don't want it no more. It's not the fact that I don't like it. It's just I've already experienced the joy of it. So I'm on to the next. That's the part. They've been through it all. So it's like, what's the next fleet? What's the next fleet?
Yeah, okay. Yeah. That does kind of make sense. 'Cause I used to wonder why all these celebrities be having all these little weird fetishes and weird interests and stuff like that. I mean, don't get me wrong. I guess sometimes when you do a lot or whatever, sometimes you do get bored. You want to find something to kind of occupy your mind with, but make sure that it's something healthy and not going to cause you or anybody else harm.
Right.
Like I know a guy that used to be in the military. He collects model trains for as a hobby. He loves trains. So hey, I guess after being in the service for so many years doing this, that, and the third, he got bored. So I think, you know what? I think I'll collect trains. Something like that, model trains or whatever.
Yeah, or I'll give you even more lesser example outside of the billionaires, right? Let's take it down even further. It's just regular everyday Joe that gets a lot of attention from women. But there's always that one woman that's trying to change him. You ain't gonna never change him. Why? Because he's still getting all the attention. Of course you're gonna get cheated on. He's getting more than what you can handle.
Oh yeah. So if he change himself for this one person, that's gonna throw him off because he's so used to being his natural born self, which works well for him when it comes to getting women.
Right. I'm used to getting everything I want. Why? What makes you think I'm gonna settle down for you? I might settle down with you for a little while to get all your essence, and once I'm done, I'm looking for the new vial, the new bottle of essence that I can get from a woman.
Yeah, makes sense.
It's embedded in my brain. Now, if I'm not getting it like that, if I'm not getting the attention like that, of course I might be the most faithful person in the world. At the same time, if there's a lot of the women attracted to me, I'm gonna be the biggest a-hole that you ever seen in life. Why? Because it's still coming my direction.
Yeah. And there's no point in them changing because they see what's working and what's not working. They see what's working.
Yeah. Simple. I mean, let me tell you something personally about myself. I'm just talking about cars, vehicles, right? I had a sports car, I had a Mercedes Benz, had all that. You know what makes me more comfortable?
What?
Having an old 1976 dump truck.
A dump truck from 1970s?
Mm-hmm. Because you want to know why? I've already experienced all that. It's not that important to me. And once you start looking back at all the stuff you buy, you kind of look at it like, yeah, I like it. I'm enjoying the thrill of it. But at the primary part of it is I'm trying to do what? Impress everybody else that don't like me, that don't know me, that don't give a crap about me. That's how you feel when you get that experience. It's like, do I really need this? Because I remember Jim Carrey made a good point. He said, do yourself a favor. Save up as much money as you can for 1 whole year. If you can't do that, you care about what other people think.
Yeah, always spending trying to impress people that you barely know. No, don't need to be like that.
Yeah, that's why I know most doctors right now. That's like, no, I got a regular car. I ain't spending my money on no Mercedes Benz and all that stuff just to impress all these fools I work with. F them.
Right, because he's already been through that. He's already experienced that.
Yeah, I've had my taste of it. So it's not as exciting as it used to be. Now, don't get it twisted though, H&M. I still own my sports car. I just don't drive it as much. I usually put the cover over it and I save it and I drive my dump truck or whatever. Why? Because nowadays you got cats, especially living out in California, they busting in your car.
Yeah, or carjacking.
Yeah. And the laws here in California is a person can steal anything as long as it's not over $900.
As long as it's so in California, if I take something that's worth, I don't know, $400, they're not gonna lock me up for that?
Nope. It's considered a misdemeanor if you get caught.
What kind of shit is that? You would think stealing of any kind would be wrong, but what the hell is that?
That's why stuff Gavin Newsom and things he's doing in California is all jacked up. California is too liberal.
Damn. I can go out there and steal somebody's Rolex watch and get away with it.
You can, as long as it's under $900. Have you noticed like all those malls that were getting jacked by a lot of people? Most of that stuff is coming out of California.
Oh yeah. Like all the, like when we had that riot 3 years ago after George Floyd's deletion.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, some of it did spread here to Illinois, but it wasn't that bad.
Oh, yeah. That's why San Francisco had all those problems. People had their windows busted out. Nowadays in San Francisco, they leave their windows down and they take all their stuff out just to show people they don't have nothing to steal.
You ain't gonna find nothing in my car. And that's a brand new baby I just got.
And I'll be damned if it's a brand new car. Thank God I got a removable steering wheel. But hey.
Removable steering wheel, that's new.
No. It's been around for a while. On racetracks, you know how they put the steering wheel on before they take off after they get the wheels changed? Yeah, you can use that on.
I never noticed that. But then again, I watch a lot of NASCAR.
But no, I just keep my brain open to a whole lot of stuff. You'd be amazed how far my brain goes.
Yeah. Being a doctor, you got to do that.
No. That's just what I am to keep the conversation going. I'll talk about insects in the back of their legs. That's just stuff I do.
Yeah. And nothing wrong with that. And nothing wrong with that. All right, let's continue with this fair use. And I already said shout out to Angela C for coming up. I don't know if she's still back there, but shout out to Angela C. Salty Balls. I guess I don't know if he's still back there or not. Y'all with these names, but okay. Anybody want to come up? The link is in the description. Feel free to chime in. But anyways, fair use.
This is why sometimes, Jed, in life, you have to be very, very, very careful whose philosophy you buy into. Because when you're in a web and you don't know you're in the web and you're caught up in this web, you don't lose a year. You don't lose 5 years. You can be bought into the wrong philosophy and lose 30 years of your life.
Recent data predicts that 45% of women between ages 25 and 44 will be single and childless by the time 2030.
45% will be childless and single by 2030. Wow. Ain't that about something? I wonder why. Well, that's just like what 7 years down the line or something?
Mm-hmm.
Damn. 44% are expected to be single. Oh boy. Well, they can't blame us men for that. They can't say, oh, we don't want to step up. Give us a reason to step up. We can improve ourselves all we want to, but at the end of the day, if it's modern trash women that we got to wake up to, what good is that going to do?
Well, the mindset is corrupted. The whole mindset of American women is corrupted by the powers that be. It's kind of like going back to let me take it a little bit further back, just a tad bit. Once you start putting the pieces together, you're starting to figure out a whole lot. Like, let me use an example, child support, right?
Mm-hmm.
Remember when child support first started, it was for good intentions, right? It was like, yo, your man is not taking care of your children, he needs to do that. Nobody had a problem with that. It was what it was. If you had children, these are the consequences. Nowadays is that you have men that want to be with their children or are taking care of their children, they're still getting put on child support. What sense does that make? If a man is doing his job, why are you putting him on child support? Now the leverage is, I'm not talking about all women, I'm just giving an example. The leverage nowadays is that, well, if he doesn't want to be with me, I'm going to punish him, even though he is taking care of his child. I'm going to punish him because he doesn't want to be with me. I'm going to do everything that I can. I'm going to take him to child support. What, you making more money? You got a job increase? I'm taking you to child support now. But I'm already doing good with my child. What's the problem? I thought the focal point was raising this child to become a functional human being that ended a long time ago. Now you have a lot of men who don't want to have children. So now the courts figure in certain states, mainly Michigan that I know of, oh, you had sexual intimacy with this woman? Now she can write you on the birth certificate as the legal father without your consent. Now you have paternity fraud. What is all this stuff leading to? Let me tell you what it's all leading to. Men save money, women spend money. So in order to extract the money out of the men, you must give it to the woman so they can spend to keep up the economy. And we'll get our percentage from it also. Oops.
Wow. Now I did hear about that going on in Detroit, where they could just put your name down as a biological father just because.
Now you notice a lot of that's starting to change now because what they're doing is unconstitutional. Because you're talking about a business that makes $60 billion a year off of child support. A family court makes $60 billion a year for doing what they do to men.
Yeah. And it's already, they already got a law in Tennessee that says not only are no fault divorce is going to be removed, but they're going to make paternity tests mandatory for any one woman that has a child. Yep.
Which should have been done a long time ago, in my personal opinion.
Yeah, but well, you know what they say, better late than never, right?
Well, I mean, it took a long time, but it finally came around. But however, my thing is I always tell these women that put themselves in these situations. I'll give you an example, kind of like the Kirk Franklin situation. Respectfully, and I hope this never, ever, ever happens to anybody's child, because it is the worst thing in the world. What happens if a child needs a kidney transplant, a liver transplant, or a bone marrow transplant? The first people that the medical staff has to go do blood work on, research on, is the immediate biological family. Why would you want to strip that away from the child? Oh, because it's about you. You're selfish.
Right. Right, exactly. And Angela Cece, I think the Passport Bros and Passport Sis can do the same thing. Well, not entirely, Angela. Not entirely. I mean, yes, they're both traveling. Yes, they're both traveling to have fun and meet other people. But for the most part, I'm going to say most of the men go overseas because they want to explore new countries, new cultures, and possibly meet some traditional foreign women. The women, on the other hand, are going overseas not only to just have fun, but they want to take advantage of, they want to, how should I put this, flaunt their sexuality in foreign countries to foreign men. You know, you've been notice a lot of that lately. That's what they're doing. Just want to say that to Angela C.
She's right in many ways. I'll give her about 98% of what she's saying is factual. And I'll say that the other 2% is that you do have men over there getting married to women like Zuna Thailand, Richie Mack. You got what's the other guy's name? Andre, that married a Colombian woman. You got Dennis Sperling. You got Guapo. And you had Charles, rest in peace to Charles Tyler, that actually helped the Passport Bros get off. He was about to marry a Brazilian woman in Florianopolis, Brazil, but he passed away, unfortunately. And
what happened to him?
These men have businesses in these countries too. Even in Dominican Republic, there's Flip Flop, there's Finger Fingers, who's Haitian American, and if you go over to Thailand, there's a couple of African American businesses in Thailand too, owned by Black men, and also in Brazil. But go ahead. I think I only saw one Black American woman in Bahia that had a massage therapist business.
Okay. But yeah, Angela C, you want to come up here and explain that, then feel free to do so. Link is in the description. But until then, we're going to continue with the video. Fair use. And that's a pretty high number right there. Well, it ain't that high, but damn. It's something to really acknowledge. But anyways, fair use.
Rolls around. The number of single women in the U.S. is expected to rise 1.2% every year. We're told by our culture that a woman who is unmarried and has no children is empowered and in charge of her own life.
In charge of what exactly? At least if you're married, at least if you have a husband, you got somebody to help you. You got somebody to be there for you. You got somebody to actually love you. So what, you're in charge of the household, in charge of the bills, in charge of taking care and financing the household? Well, you know that should be your man's position. Wow.
Well, but I mean, everything that she's explaining, she didn't really go off into any real specifics, but the things that she explained is just basically an adult being an adult.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I did a show talking about the rise and fall of independent women. It's like women are just tired of adulting or being adults by themselves. They want to be an adult alongside a caring man. Well, you threw all that out the window just so you can be independent. So maybe no redemption in that regard. But hey, it is what it is. Oh yeah, shout out to Culture Invasion. Welcome back, my guy.
What's up, Culture?
Glad you could join us. I'm sorry, I can't talk this morning. Feel free to hit that link if you want to come up here and talk about this. Topic is Passport Bros versus Passport Sis. Anybody want to come? Anybody want to hit that link and come up here, chop it up with me and Classy? Feel free to do so. But let's get back into this video. And just said, hold on. Yeah, empowered and in charge of your own life. Ain't that some shit? Well, that's the lie that women have been sold for decades, and look what's happening to them. But anyways, fair use.
She has escaped the unnecessary burden of raising a family and being a slave to her husband, at least.
Slave to her husband. Need I remind you, slavery is associated with dictatorship. Submission is associated with leadership. So what's all this stuff about being a slave to a husband? At least then you would have been 60-something years old in a daggone nursing home with no man to come visit you. It wasn't slavery then. You know what's ironic about the whole thing when it comes to this? I found it kind of ironic that black folks were more united during slavery than they were post-slavery.
Yeah, we had a 90% family rate. Mm-hmm.
All thanks to government assistance back in the 1960s. Ain't that about some shit?
They said I would rather take the government's plate than deal with a man. It's kind of sad.
Right.
I mean, there's more to it than that, but I'm sure. I mean, but
I did a whole show on. I did a whole show on that too, talking about how single moms are ruining our society, and that's what I came to understand. Ever since since the 1960s, the government had a law they had a stipulation that says if you're a single mother and there's a working man in your household or in your life, you don't get government benefits. So yeah, that kind of messed the whole thing up.
And you have to think about it too. They also put it in television shows back in the day too, or movies like Claudine, or even the most famous television show that we know nowadays of Good Times. There's a reason why they didn't continue to show fully, because Esther Rowe was against it when they killed off when they deleted off John Amos's character as being the patriarch of the household.
Oh yeah, his character was taken out in a car accident or something.
Mm-hmm. That's where you have that famous scene that people put in their YouTube videos. That damn.
Yeah, I remember that. I love that show. Maybe you remember the show more than I do. I wasn't born around that time. I knew the show. I knew the show because of my granddaddy.
Well, I mean, I was born in 1976 actually, so I kind of got a little bit of it. I kind of had more of an understanding of it when I turned 4 years old, when the 80s was just about to come into play. So I was born around the afros and cornrows. I was born in that era. Or excuse me, black women, I love y'all, but a lot of them were a lot, thinner and more feminine back in that day. So I saw that even within my own mother and my father. So I had that household. I knew what it was like.
Damn. By the time I was born, disco was dead.
It was actually passing away as soon as the 80s came in. That's when hip hop was starting to emerge. That's why they made that Netflix show, The Get Down. It kind of touched bases on that a little bit, and also the crack era.
Yeah, it makes sense to me. So you got about 12 years on me. 84 for me.
Yeah, and a lot of people don't understand. Maybe Culture and Angela, I don't know their ages, so I'm not gonna even guess or anything like that. They could be a lot younger. But
I know Culture older than us.
Yeah, Culture, he might be around my region a little bit before me, but during that time period, hip hop came to play because a lot of the younger kids like myself during that time, we had nothing to do. We always wanted to join the older teenagers and the grown-ups, and their music was like disco. like Donna Summers or Casey and the Sunshine Band. We wanted to be around them, but we was always told, you know, take your little butt home. You know, you were too young. So over time, we started developing our own music and our own dances, and it just popped off. Okay, so he's a year older than me. Hello. H&M, are you there?
Oh, I'm here. I'm here. Culture said born in 75. Okay, I was muted. My bad.
Oh, okay. No, he's a year older than me, so we have somewhat of the same type of, I won't say history of growing up, but we had an ideology of what we saw growing up in America during our time period.
Yeah. And I think Angela's closer to my age, and Melanie, she the youngest in the group.
Yeah,
she's a little baby.
Yeah, she's a little peppermint patty, so you know. She probably her time period was probably what, Jodeci.
Yeah, I'm gonna say that the early 1990s. Her and Brienne. Shout out to my girl Brienne if she's listening in. Well, probably not, but shout out to Brienne.
But you know, it's funny to speak on what we were talking when you were talking about earlier about the single mothers, right? I mean, talking about the single mothers, it was funny because in the 90s, although it was shunned back in those days, but they were getting pregnant like even in high school, but it was just only one child, but you were still shunned. It was just one child. And over the years, it kind of like doubles. It's like now it's 2 children. Now it's 3 children, but it still used to be by just one man. Nowadays, as we have evolved, you have these women getting pregnant by 4 or 5 different men having 8 children, and the opposite, men having 22 children by 19 females.
Yep. And we can thank the government assistance for that. Because now it's like the more kids you have, the more child support you'll be getting, and the more income tax money you'll be getting.
It depends on what the man does for a living, but even if they get that money in today's society, it's crap. Especially with the inflation, the way the inflation is going is now becoming crap.
Oh man, ain't that something? But that's what happened.
I don't know if you remember the story, H&M. Do you remember the story? I don't know if you remember this. Do you remember I told you where I helped this 95-year-old lady, and her reward to me was a quarter?
Yeah. Oh yeah. You said that. Yeah, I remember that story.
This is what this is going to right now. This is why I try to tell people, yeah, the money that we make right now, it fits for right now. 10, 20 years down the line, it's going to be nothing because of inflation. Everything is changing. It's like your NBA player, Michael Jordan, made like what, 18 million in his whole NBA career before he became a businessman. Shoot, now you got Steph Curry didn't get a contract worth 300 million.
Yeah. Yeah, times have changed. Economy's changing. But I guess she was kind of stuck in that mindset where a quarter was worth a lot when she was growing up.
Yeah, she was, and that's why I had to readjust my brain set, because when she gave me the quarter, I didn't say it out loud, but my mind was like, what am I going to do with a quarter in this day and age? But I had to take a time out, take a step back and be like, she's thinking about the time when she was young in her generation. That quarter was a lot of money back then. See, you use a quarter nowadays, people will laugh at you. Probably the only time you can use a quarter was back in the 80s. You can buy a lollipop, it'll be 4 people licking on the same lollipop.
I mean, when I was a kid, I remember, I don't know about you, but when I was growing up in the 80s, $5 was a lot of money for us. $10 was a lot of money for us.
I got my first $100 at the age of 3 by a man that my mother used to work for, and he was business back home.
I didn't see $100 bill till I was at least 10. Damn, you ahead of me.
Yeah, but you gotta remember, in the 80s, $100 can get you a whole lot. That's when gas cost like 98%. I mean 90 cents, excuse me, 98%.
Yeah. So little money, worth a lot back in the day.
Yeah, it's crazy, huh?
Yeah, that is crazy. All right, back to the video. Anybody want to come up? Feel free to do so. But anyways, fair use, fair use.
That's what our society has convinced us. Sadly, many women have adopted the modern feminist lifestyle and have chosen to sleep around, abort their baby if they unexpectedly get pregnant, and swear off marriage. But these cultural trends are going to have a tremendous impact on the future of the American society.
Average attractive male on Tinder gets swiped less than 1% of the time. And there's 3 men on Tinder for every 1 woman. So you've distilled it, you've taken out one of the key components of mating dynamics, and that is vibe, humor, body language, pheromones, the ability to be, quite frankly, a little bit persistent in the pursuit of a romantic relationship. We have no third places anymore, no places to meet. People aren't going to bars, they aren't sports league, they aren't going to church, they aren't even going to work. So it gets distilled down to very 1 or 2 dimensional attributes. And the reality is women are much choosier than men, and they can apply those screens, and they allocate all of their attention to a small number of men. That results in just essentially at the end of the day, a lack of opportunities. Chris Williamson.
Wow, that he ain't lying. Women are choosier today than they were back in the day. So yeah, he ain't lying about that. And like the man just said, I'm sorry to cut you off, but like he said, gone are the days of young men shooting their shots at women at school, maybe at church or at the shopping center, like we did back in the day. You saw a woman walking down on the mall or whatever, you would shoot your shot at her or something like that, or walking down the street in the neighborhood. It's like those days are so long gone now. Social media has messed it all up. Women are even choosier now than they were 25, 30 years ago. So it's a real crapshoot now. So he ain't lying about that.
He's definitely telling truth. And honestly, and I can tell you right off rip, I have no problems with it. Even if I was a person that wasn't making the money that I was making, I still don't have no problem with it. The only thing that I tell the women is, can you get the men that you want? Can you compete? Because there's other women out there that's competing for the same men. Are you able to beat them out to get the men that you want? Not only to get them, to date them, but to marry you. But go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's true. And this kind of reminds me of something that Sweet Melanie mentioned on one of her previous panels, because she was saying she does not want to get with the guy that's very popular and it's the so-called of higher value. I mean, he got to be higher value in terms of personality and attitude, but he doesn't have to be of higher value in terms of status, because he's going to have so many options, and that's a lot for her to choose from, and that's a lot for him to choose from, a lot for her to have and more drama for her to deal with. I can honestly wholeheartedly respect that, because you don't hear that from a lot of women today. I've heard women literally say, if he ain't got no hoes, something wrong with him. I'm glad Melody don't feel that way.
Well,
so you're that.
Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
But yeah, I'm glad. It fills me with joy knowing she feels that way, because she understands that if you're a guy that's got all these different women want to be with you, that's just too much drama for her to deal with. She ain't got the time to try to compete with other women for the affection of some dude that's probably just going to cheat on her in the long run. So I'm so glad she feels that way. I'm not saying he will do this. I'm just saying there's no incentive for him to settle down with just one woman if he's got options like that. So yeah, I'm glad she feels that way about the whole thing.
Because she understands the landscape of why she understands the landscaping of that type of men. You got to remember, this is the same woman, if she doesn't mind me saying, that Ice-T drove her to work in a car. So she has that buying power. Do you understand what I'm talking about? She understands it. She's seen it. Even at the clubs that she's been to, she's seen it.
Yeah.
So she has an idea, like, I get it, but I've seen all these women putting herself through all this stress and all this work to get with a man that is not going to be with them for the rest of their life.
Yeah. That's why I feel like, yeah, Melanie is quite the model. She's going to find a husband one day. It may not be me. It might not be you. It might not be any of us, but she's going to find somebody with that mindset.
Oh, absolutely. And he is going to wind up being a man probably of high quality with that type of stability. But he's going to be the type of man that respects her boundaries. If he really likes her, he's going to be like, well, yeah, I get it. He's going to look at her like, I don't see her cheating on me. So, you know, I'm going to chill out. I'll pull away from this.
Yeah. Yep, she's definitely a marvel. But anyways, fair use.
Chris Williams summarized it perfectly. He called it the high heels effect. In the last 40 years, more women have graduated from college than men, and they're not interested in mating with non-college grads. They now own more homes, single women than single men. So what you have is women say they won't date anyone shorter than them, 50% of them. Effectively, what you have metaphorically over the last 40 years is women have been getting taller and taller, and men have been getting shorter and shorter. How many of us have said, I know a ton of great single women, they can't find a date? That's not true. They can't find a date. They can't find a man they find economically or emotionally viable.
Exactly. So they can get a man without the men that they want. That's a good point.
That's what I said earlier. It's like, can you attract those men and can you keep their attention? See, that's the challenging part right there. And not to mention, the only thing that I do agree with him, but when it comes to the college educations, we have to start researching what their degrees are in. Because a lot of these women, and I hate to disparage y'all, but a lot of y'all are not getting medical degrees and STEM degrees like that. Y'all getting these degrees is not really paying you that much money.
Right.
Y'all using that as a weapon to get the type of man that you want without even trying to get him.
Ain't that about some? I remember young Brienne, shout out to Brienne LaFay if she's listening in. She mentioned that I think her auntie got 9 degrees. I'm like, what's she gonna do with all them diplomas? Damn.
Exactly.
I got 2 of them. One from a community college, the other one from a major university.
But I mean, at the end of the day, you know, the problem is, and this has actually happened to my aunt. I'm trying to compare and contrast, but respectfully, I'm going to say I don't know her aunt, so I'm not going to really speak too hard on her, but I'm going to speak about the 9 degrees. I've noticed that when women have problems with men, they go back to school. That's supposed to be like the weapon against men.
It's a cope mechanism.
Yeah, that's a great word right there, a coping mechanism. And that's what my aunt did. She kept going back to school, getting all these little small degrees, and she's doing nothing with them.
Right. You got a problem with the opposite sex. Do what most men do. Me, I go to the gym, do some self-defense karate workouts, punch the bag, and get my frustrations out. Or I learn a new skill that doesn't require me to do a hell of a lot of studying for something I'm probably not going to use in the long run, you know?
No, I agree with you, and you're absolutely right. You have to find ways to curb your mindset from being bored. Idle hands is the devil's playground, but also a brain is a muscle. It needs to be worked out.
Yeah. I mean, most guys smoke, drink, and get high when they're stressed out. But I recommend you don't do that. But hey,
thank you. I mean, that's a vice that's gonna get you when you get older. So I wouldn't recommend you do that either. And this is talking about people. I have people in my family that's died from all that stuff. So deleted from that stuff. I gotta learn how to say that. So I advise y'all, don't take that on as a vice. Try to explore out different. Don't read a book. Get something enticing in your brain. Keep your whole mindset going without thinking about doing other things. Just be careful.
Yeah, exactly. I recommend you don't do that. But let's see. We got nothing. Video's not that long. But anyways, fair use.
Seeing a trend of women dating down, which means, you know, a man who
dating down.
I mean, who rides it on it? Disgruntled. This is just the reality of it. So women, you know, we're more educated now, and I think that we're furthering our education. So with that being said, we're going to hold off on the baby making. We're going to hold off until we get that great job, really career driven. And I don't think there's anything wrong with hoping that there's someone either on your level or higher than you.
So, okay. Go ahead, doctor. All right. So before, right, it was okay when the man made more money to be the one to buy everything, to do, you know, treat you and all this other kind of stuff. And now that you make more money, you can't be that one, right? You can't be the one to pay for the meal and because you're dating down. Right?
Whichever way you look at it, women have come a long way economically. And while all of these achievements are great, they have had unintended consequences on the dating market.
Do tell.
Women in the West are hypergamous, meaning that they prefer to date up. So a woman with a college degree prefers to date a man with the same educational level or higher. Because less men are pursuing post-secondary education and graduating from post-secondary education, the dating pool is smaller. And it's even smaller if you're one of those girls who says that they won't date anyone who is shorter than 6 feet.
In this case,
you're damn right it is. Oof. And you know now they want to call it body shaming if a man wants a female that's petite in his shape. If I want a woman built like Angela C, built like Sweet Melanie, oh, that's body shaming. But as a woman, you can, as women, y'all could say, I don't date men under 6 feet tall. Well, congratulations, ladies. You've eliminated, like, I don't know, a third of Earth's population, something like that, because everybody ain't 6 feet tall like that, you know?
Yeah, not to mention they're going against their own nature. You knew from the beginning that men like physical appearance on women. Men like beauty. Men like a woman that they can be attracted to. Men like a soft voice. And let me go off into something medical about that. Seeing a woman like that, smelling her pheromones, her natural pheromones, smelling her perfume, looking at the physique, the phenotype of her facial structure, do you know that increases semen productivity in a man's scrotum? When a woman looks bad, it decreases, which means he doesn't want to make an effort to date you or even to consider you as a mate selector.
Wow.
That's
so,
why
yeah.
you see women like Angela C, Sweet Melody, everything heightens in us. Our biological urges heightens. It increases. It's not saying that we want to necessarily give them babies. It's not saying that. But that's what that energizes that sexual urge because of how they present themselves to us. Hearing that sweet, soft, feminine voice like you hear Melody, oh yeah, that puts us in a more patriarchal, masculine position because we're kind of like, oh.
We're kind of like, ooh, she's hot, baby.
Yeah, you know, it heightens us. It wants us, it makes us want to do better. It makes us want to go and, you know, get in the war and go to fight D-Day. Because we got a fine woman on our side that got our backs. Now, when you look like Lizzo and you sound like Barry White.
Oh, hell no.
That's gonna cause the medical opposite effect. You may have our, medical terminology, lower extremity wanting to hide into our anal captivity because it's afraid to come out to look at something like you.
Oh, man. Don't get me started with Lizzo. Oh, good. And they be the main ones jealous of these soft-spoken feminine women talking about, oh, you're leaving yourself vulnerable. Men are going to take advantage of you. I mean, you can be tough and still not lose your femininity. You see, Melanie's pretty tough herself. She has a fiery temper combined with my zero tolerance, just like I have a zero tolerance for nonsense. Yeah. So she's not a pushover. Angela C, same thing with her. You can be tough in your femininity without going to full masculine mode. Leave the masculine stuff to us.
Let's see the difference.
And that's why sometimes when I be on females panels or whatever, and I see somebody acting out of pocket, I suggest that the female content creators just stay out of it. Let us men deal with it. Like if someone came on Sweet Melody's panel acting a fool, I'd rather either I deal with it, you classy, or better yet, her buddy's Killer Swag. Shout out to him, deal with this. That way Melody can stay within her feminine frame, you know? I don't want her coming out of her masculinity like that, coming out of her femininity like that, you know?
Well, absolutely. But at the same time, when they do it, it's still looked at, it still sends us a sexual urge to us as men because we know it's only temporary. It's not like you dealing with somebody like Clarissa Shields. Man, I want to beat up Thurman. I want to beat up Keith Thurman. We're going to look at her like, no. We're going to have to teach you a lesson.
Right. But yeah, that's what we like. Woman that can stand up for herself without losing her femininity and going full-blown masculinity, you know?
Yeah, it's like you can have a woman that can probably, you know, kick your tail one bit. Next morning, she might give you a massage and cook you breakfast. That's still going to turn you on.
Oh, yeah. Because I've had females that will wrestle with me and pin me to the couch or whatever. We just wrestling and play fight with each other. The next day, we're making peace and being lovey-dovey. And that's the kind of stuff we like.
he still understands her part in the relationship. I can get mad too, but at the same time, I still love you. You don't want a woman say, well, I can get mad too and stay mad. Now what? No man wants a woman like that. Now, somebody will bring up the point. Well, you see those shows, My 600-Pound Life, those women are married. Granted. Have you seen those men?
Yes, some of those men are no better shape than she is. Some of them, and I know I saw one episode where the man was thinner, smaller than the wife, but as far as physical fitness is concerned, he was no better than her.
But that's my point. Did he look like he was a male with different options?
Nope, he didn't.
That's my point. This is why I try to tell people, I'm like, you have to analyze the male too. Now, don't get it twisted. I've seen some other pictures of women that were on My 600-Pound Life. They lost so much weight. Some of them look like they can model Victoria's Secret now. And I am impressed. I'm like, kudos.
Yeah. And you gotta be careful with that too, because sometimes she could get a big ego and think she could do better than her husband or boyfriend. So
and blow the heck right back up once that ego takes charge.
Oh yeah. So yeah. Sometimes you got to watch out for that too. And yes, it can happen to men too, but I think it happens more so for women.
Yeah, because they're the most sought after. They live through getting attention from men. Now, we like it too, but it's not the primary, it's not the primal point for men.
No, it isn't. If you were that overweight kid, if you were that fat kid in college, not college, but middle school or whatever, fast forward to high school, you finally lose weight. And I was like, I got options now. But he's not gonna be. He's gonna be more humble with it in comparison to a woman.
Right. I've had that happen to me. Just being called noodle back in school. Big glasses, knees look like kickballs. Popular girl, it didn't work. Once I got older, she saw me again. She 300 pounds with 5 kids. Stretch marks you can see right through her little mini skirt.
God damn. Oh man.
Saying I've been thinking about you. I'm like, but it's been 15 years.
This is high school or college?
It was high school.
Ah, okay.
I'm like, literally, you're 43, five baby daddies of 5 kids. I didn't say that, but I'm just, it's going through my head. I still wanted to show some decorum, manners, and respect towards her as a human being. But I was just like, well, I appreciate you, but it's nice to meet you. Can I sit down with you? I'm like, actually, no, my girlfriend's in the bathroom. She had to do a number 2. I said everything I possibly could to get this woman away from me, respectfully.
Do a number 2. I don't think I have to say all that, but okay. I get it.
Yeah.
Wow. That bad, huh? Woohoo.
Yeah, she was. And I didn't want to say it, but literally, she just didn't. It's like life. Just the men who she chose to have in her life. It was just like, Jesus Christ. If this was Zoolander, and she was auditioning for Jacobin Mugatu's Derek Lee campaign where everybody looked homeless, that would be her.
Oh man, ain't that about something?
Yeah, it was horrible.
Yeah. I never experienced anything like that. Most of the females I went to high school with, whether I knew them well or not, I bump into them a decade later, they still look good. Whether they gained some little something or lost a little something. So some of us know how to keep our bodies up.
Yeah, but I think everything in life is about maintenance. Even when we work out, we have to maintain our muscles, our bone tissue, our central nervous system. Exercise actually help prevents osteoporosis, things like that. It helps.
Yeah, true. All right, let me see. Fair use.
We wanted to see if anyone would pick 5 through.
Damn, he the shortest guy in the group. I wonder what's going to happen here.
3 wrong. When Andrea told us women like doctors, we gave him an MD. Their choice? Andrew. I would say Matt, I think. No, Rob. We piled on some more assets. We said besides being a doctor, he was also a best-selling author and champion skier who just built his own ski house.
Does that affect your choices?
He's still short. Then we gave Rob a promotion. We made him chief of staff at a prestigious hospital. Who would you pick him? Angie's probably the closest to who I'd pick. I'd pick Matt. Jeffrey, the pilot. What would it take? Now we said Rob was also a gourmet cook who loves children. Oh, definitely. I would take him in a minute then. Height, no problem.
Damn, you see what's going on here? This guy here, despite all that success, all his accomplishments, is still being overlooked in favor of these taller men who don't have as much as he does. Ain't that about some shit, boy?
That's not surprising because we all know how history works. The more taller you are, it gives you the perception of you can protect a woman. That's the perception of it.
Yeah, that's true.
Some women believe that if you have a baby by a guy that's 6'5", 6'8", 7 foot, naturally your child might be just as tall. It's possible, not always true, but it is a pretty good possibility. However, at the same time, a lot of these women don't know how DNA structural works. I'll give you an example. Tim Duncan's father is 5'11". Tim Duncan's mother is she's about 6 foot, right? Tim Duncan is 7 feet. Tim Duncan's sister is 6'8". So it doesn't always work that way. Huh?
That's one tall family. Woo.
Yeah. It doesn't always work that way when it comes to genes. It's just something that happens. Look at Magic Johnson's family. He's 6'9". None of them are over 6 feet. There's somebody in their cultural background or their ancestry bloodline that's that tall is the reason why they're that tall.
Wow.
So genetics don't always work through the parents. People need to do a lot more research on that.
Yeah, so maybe somebody in his family may be taller than him at least. Because I'm not surprised by this.
Yeah.
I used to because they say, well, he may not be tall, but he's confident. He's got a lot going for himself. What people don't understand is, especially, and this clip seems like it's about 20, 30 years old, but even back then, your accomplishments, your confidence in yourself as a man can only do so much for you. If you're not physically attractive or physically opposing to a woman, it ain't gonna work in the end. If you're 5'6", 5'7", or whatever, all this success, but yet she wants a man that's fat, that's six something or whatever, your confidence don't mean anything. It's good to have it, but it don't mean much of anything when it's for women that don't find you physically attractive. I'm sorry. So this guy may be shit out of luck in this case.
Well, in this case, yeah, but the perception is, it goes back to the Lion of the Jungle, or if you see a racehorse that's like number one, he's a champion, like a Seabiscuit type. His job is to do what? Win, but also breed with other female horses. Same thing. Same concept.
Yeah, the most accomplished should be able to, have options, I guess.
Because the ideology is you're going to breed what? Accomplished babies, children's, which is not always the case when it comes to humans.
Well, let's see how this turns out.
Problem. I wouldn't, because I would think I don't want short little kids.
So given the current state of the dating market and given where we are culturally in the West, it's no surprise that the men who haven't given up on dating are just choosing to go abroad and try their luck somewhere else. Many passport bros are digital nomads who earn a living working remotely. So they also have the added benefit of choosing to move to countries where their income can afford them a more luxurious and carefree lifestyle than they can afford in the West. And given the housing crisis, the cost of living crisis, open borders, mass immigration, there's a lot of reasons to leave the West.
How much money do you need to earn to be considered rich here in the Philippines?
150,000 income every month. You will be able to maintain a car and have a nice home to be able to have this rich lifestyle.
At the moment,
that don't seem like a lot for Philippines, don't you think?
Oh, I'm sorry. What'd you say again?
No, they were saying how much you have to make to be considered rich in the Philippines?
Oh no, it's very cheap for us.
This one says $151,000 for the Philippine, but out here it's like 2,795 US dollars. That's the equivalent of 2752.
Yeah, she's right. That's all you need in the Philippines. That is it. That's why a lot of American black men have moved to the Philippines and gotten wives. Because actually, if you want to be technically honest about it, no disrespect, this is just what I've heard. I don't know how true this is when it comes to the Asian culture, right? The hierarchy is who?
The man.
China and Japan, right?
Oh, China. Oh, okay.
Right. Okay. But
yeah, they are more advanced.
Right. But also they have their problems too. But their problems is classism. The Philippines, just like the Thais, just like the Indonesians, just like the Cambodians, they're looked at as the N-word, low class in their community, in their culture, in their Asian culture. They're looked at less. So technically they will actually well with black men because they understand what we went through.
Okay. So the problems out there are not as bad as out here in the West, but it still exists.
Yeah, it still exists in small increments, but we highlight it more in America. So yeah, the problem, it doesn't just revolve around classism and racism. It exists everywhere. Even in Brazil, happens there too. But it's not like in America.
Yeah, I mean, we all know that this is prevalent everywhere, but I guess it's worse in some parts than there's others.
Oh yeah, especially European countries like Italy. Whew, be a Sicilian and be dark. Boy, that's not gonna fare well with you. Although they have an African culture in Italy, like a African subsector in Italy where there's nothing but black Africans.
Yeah, true. But anyway, they're almost done here. Fair use.
I think the number of men who are leaving the West and not returning is still small enough that it's not having a meaningful impact on the population of Western countries. But the reason that this movement is growing in interest shouldn't be ignored.
If we don't make a massive investment in young people and make more economically and emotionally viable men, we're going to see a lack of household formation. We're going to see a decline in the middle class. And we're going to see, quite frankly, just a lot of young men who are terrible citizens.
So is the answer to fix this economically, and who will champion this conversation? You felt obliged to compliment me at the outset because we had engaged on this a year ago, and here I am revisiting it. And I read into that the fact that you think that it's politically incorrect even to have this dialogue.
When you're seen as advocating for men because of the 300,000-year head start we've had, it seems somehow it's anti-female. There's a lot of very unfortunate misogyny online that is masquerading as being pro-men. A lot of TikTok celebrities who talk about advocating for men, it's just thinly veiled misogyny. What do we need?
Exactly. Anything you say that supports our men is considered hatred and oppression towards women. So he ain't lying about that.
He's 1,000% right about it. But at the same time, with this being pushed in America, the women, sadly mistaken, the women don't know the full outcome of how it is going to destroy not only America, but it's going to destroy them. Because I always tell these women this. Yeah, you may have all this education, you may have all this college stuff going on. When you sit at your desk, you got to look at that desk, you got to touch that desk. You got to ask yourself, all those men that you disrespected, those are the same men that built that desk. Those are the same men who went out and cut the timber to build that desk. Those carpenters were men that built that desk. Think about that.
Yeah. Talking about men don't build. Well, somebody had to build that desk. Someone built this house you're living in. That kind of thing. You got to honor that.
Yeah, because people got to understand. Yeah, don't get it twisted for a heartbeat. The upper class, they bring jobs into a country that mass a lot of wealth. We get that. But that upper class man ain't nothing without a blue collar worker.
Exactly. It got to start somewhere. It's us blue collar workers are basically putting money in their hands, more or less, anyway.
That's right. You're absolutely right. So if we stop, the money drops. That should be a saying. We stop, the money drops. And as for women, all it takes is for 1 week for a blue collar man to not collect your trash, not come fix your plumbing, to not do anything for you. What you think is going to happen then? Because that upper class man, he ain't going to have a clue on what to do. He just know how to supply the goods. He just know how to get them imported.
Yeah, true. All facts. But anyways, fair use.
We need more freshman seats in colleges. We need a massive investment in vocational training. We need to figure out a way to get more permitting for housing so young people can afford housing. We need to recognize our economic policies, literally allocate wealth from young people to old people. The percentage of wealth that young people control under the age of 40 has been cut from 12% to 6%. These are concerted, deliberate decisions. We did away with the child tax credit. We don't want to make it any easier for people to have kids, but seniors just got their largest cost of living adjustment increase in history. We have made the decision to make it harder and more expensive for people to find each other, for people to mate, and for people to have children. And without children, we turn into Japan and Italy, and that is we go into population decline, and our economy goes into decline. We are about to become a society by the turn of the century. There will be 8 times as many people over the age of 60 and half as many kids under the age of 5. Nursery schools will become these strange situations with old people staring through fences at these creatures they don't see in the wild called children. Is this?
That sounds kind of crazy. So what?
That's an excellent point he just made, but go ahead.
Yeah, I'm like, that sounds kind of crazy. He said something about old folks staring through a fence looking at children. Looking at children. Okay, that sounds kind of weird.
I think I get the point where he's going. I could be wrong, but it kind of struck me when he said that. I was like, old folks looking at a bunch of children as they're creepy human beings. There is a point to that because it's almost like being in the animal kingdom. Old folks know that they're on their way out. Sometimes a young will assist them on their way out. So I kind of get the point where he's going.
Oh, well, if that's what he was talking about metaphorically, then it makes sense. I don't know. Anyways, fair use.
The world we want. Do we want a lack of kids? Do we want a lack of ability to create households? The happiest, most prosperous, most purposeful people in America are middle-class families. And we have made a concerted decision to punch it in the gut and make it harder for that type of family formation. And we're going to lose prosperity and we're going to lose purpose.
That's all I have for this video.
Oh, that's the whole video, but that guy made some points. He made some valid points. What do you think?
Well, from the perspective of where he was going with the whole old folks, I honestly think I can see it coming down the line. And actually, I've actually viewed this a while back before he said it. When you have a lot of these kids and they don't have no structure or no teachers on how to maneuver through life, you can turn them into wild animals. What's going to happen is they're going to start stealing from old folks, killing old folks, deleting old folks, doing a lot of wild things because they don't have the structure or the training on how to navigate through life, especially when they get to the point where they're not able to learn how to, to work and build, know what it's like to earn a living, to eat. If they're not trained to do that properly, they're going to start doing a lot of things, and the most vulnerable group will be the senior citizens. Then it's going to be the mothers next because there's no protector.
Yeah, talking about they don't need men. Let somebody creep around your house at 4, 5 in the morning. Then what you gonna do?
Yeah. It's crazy. Like I said, these women think they really know and they got this all together. I'm like, you're not looking at the bigger picture of what the powers that be that's trying to do. I mean, obviously they're trying to get the AI thing jumping off.
Oh, they still talking about that.
Yeah, but the issue is that, okay, you trying to put all these people out of jobs. Who the hell are you going to have to fix these things when they start acting out of control? Because technology does mess up.
Yeah, it does. I mean, it was made by men, so it's going to be imperfect, just like men.
And it may destroy men, depending on who's controlling the buttons.
Yeah. We seen enough sci-fi movies or cyberpunk movies to know how that stuff works. Even machines ain't perfect.
Yeah. Too many movies came out. Most recently that made a lot of sense was I, Robot with Will Smith.
Oh, yeah, that movie.
Mm-hmm. So if I was, like I said, nowadays, you have a lot of these women nowadays. My personal opinion, I'd rather have kids go to trade school than actually going to college, get into these upper echelon jobs in boardrooms and offices. Because those jobs you can lose very easy. At least in a trade where you're a plumber or you got your own trucking system, at least you can start your own business. And if we were able to regress into the bartering system, you have a skill set that lasts for a lifetime, because people are always going to need plumbers, always going to need electricians, always going to need maintenance men. You're going to always need these people that can build with their own hands. They're the ones that's going to always have the food. They're always just going to have the real riches, not the people sitting up in the office.
Yeah. That's a good point. So maybe trades would be beneficial compared to just trying to, work a white collar job sitting behind the desk. I mean, yeah, you're making money, but your quality of life may not be up to par,
Mm-mm. That's why I'm like, with me, I can tell you right now, even though I'm an anesthesia attendant, right? I keep it very low key as possible, because the money that I have, the money that I'm making, I'm going to have to live off that for the rest of my life after retirement. So it'd be smart not to spend as much as I need to spend, right?
Yeah.
And as I get older, as inflation rises, the money quality that I'm making right now is going to be crap.
Wow. Inflation. That's the number one killer of the economy. Inflation.
Something to think about. I always tell these women, I'm like, you're making all this good money right now. The problem is with those women doing OnlyFans, can you make that money consistently every year? This is what they get confused when Kevin Samuels talk about the man that makes 100K. He emphasizes a man is a high value man that makes 100K over the next 5 years, not just hitting 100K. There's a difference.
Yeah, true. All right, now here's the next one. This one, shout out to Please Act Right. Raul from Please Act Right. Subscribe to this channel. This is called Passport Sis Explode. What really happened in Jamaica / girls trips. Oh boy. Oh my God, look at this.
Like Passport, sister finds love in Jamaica. Green card bros are winning.
Okay, who the fuck married Little Miss Humpty Dumpty over here? She had one too many falls. Now she's hit the wall.
That's sad too. That's clearly off of green card and money.
Oh man.
Because you're making women look way better than this.
Oh my God. So I guess she couldn't cut it in the West. She decided to go to Jamaica and try to get herself a good Jamaican man. All I can say is,
oh, it's clear that she's done here in America. Heck, even the men in the Appalachian Mountains where West Virginia is, where the hillbillies stay, they don't even want her. It's bad.
oh man. I mean, look at this. Oh my Lord. I don't know who's crazier, her or these men choosing her.
Well, the thing, let me say this, H&M. The thing is, these women, oh my God, and these men too, they know they can't afford much. So what they see right here is just white woman from America equates a lot of money, which it really doesn't. But in their mindset, it's better than what I got here in Jamaica. That's the only thing I can see out of this, because that don't even look like a woman. That literally looks like that little blueberry off of Willy Wonka when that girl chewed on that blueberry gum and she blew up. This is what
Oh yeah. Oh my God. Like I said, Humpty Dumpty had way too many falls and now she's hit the wall. Let's continue. Fair use.
Passport girls. Are y'all tired of those American men that don't do nothing for you? Put you on these foreigners.
Women that can speak very little English.
Well, they don't speak any English. The ones that just give you their money and do whatever you want them to do.
Oh my God.
Emotional damage.
Yep, that about sums that up. Fair use. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead.
No, I wasn't gonna say nothing. I just said,
Okay. Fair use.
Wow, this is serious. So, when you see half of her, don't mean that she have torn Brian, what do you think? It's fine. I'm happy. You're happy? Yeah. Really?
These guys can't be serious.
Traveling to third world countries to seek a ride. What's at play here is that these dusty, mediocre at best.
The first time I saw Nicole, I saw that she's pretty and and cute. And when I see all her body, I was surprised that she's big a little bit.
Big a little bit.
I would have to, I guess, agree on this side. Not to my eyes. I mean, big a little bit. No, she's literally one M&M away from explosion. But go ahead.
Man, she could cause a solar eclipse the way she looks.
Mm-hmm. I definitely would use her during the summertime to shade me.
Wow. And they say dusty men in America. Dusty men this. They can't afford. They can't. But then you got women who look. Hold on.
Physically, I'm attracted to Nicole, but
you got women who look like this. Look like this. Going overseas to deal with men like this. Okay, that's the question. Who's really dusty here? Who's really being dusty here?
Yeah, you got to ask yourself that question, because like I said, at least we can say we literally do have something to give to these women that we go meet over country. This woman right here, this is a strictly green card trapping right here, as far as I'm concerned. This dude right here, do you think he would have any problems with meeting any other woman in America besides her once he gets here?
Nope. Wait, who's green card trapping who? Him or her?
Oh, he is, by a long shot.
Oh, so you're going to get a green card, go to America to be with her, and go mess with other women.
Exactly. Other Latin women. It's over. I've seen this before.
Yeah, and there's plenty of Latin women in America. I don't see too many of them, but I see enough of them.
You better not live in New York.
New York?
Or Florida, Miami. It's over.
Oh, yeah. So yeah, they talk about American men are dusty. Then you look at something like this, a possible green card trapper. Who's dusty here, really? So yeah, that's why I say it's a each his own kind of thing for people that want to go overseas. Oh, yeah. Damn. And the same thing with those other men in that situation dealing with that overweight woman. They probably just want to get their green cards to go to America and see if they can find other women of better caliber. The only problem is that they probably not going to find much out here in the West instead of independent boss chicks or whatever. Now, if they get lucky, they can find somebody, but I wouldn't press my luck on it.
Yeah, but see, he doesn't know that though. All he knows is where he knows the country he comes from. All he knows that he comes from a patriarchal type of country. So he doesn't know the backstory of that until he gets to America. But at the same time, although you may have the strong independent narrative here, but the Latin women in this country, they're not going to overpress it like black women and white women do. They're not going to do that. So he got luck.
Because a lot of Latino women, they are a little bit more cooperative in comparison to the black ones.
Yeah, because their whole ideology is family first, as always. So he's gonna be fine.
Yeah, true. Okay, fair use.
It's not like, just like, for example, 55%.
55%, he said.
I felt like you invited me here. It's really special to me.
Yeah.
So I'm going to get the most expensive room in the hotel.
I'm not a boyfriend yet.
Not our boyfriend yet. Wow.
Well, I want to give you your gifts.
Were you telling me a MacBook Pro? So I bought you. I mean,
A MacBook Pro. This woman bought this man a MacBook Pro. They're not even in a relationship yet. Wow. And y'all call us simps.
Yeah, that's not new. That's actually normal. I see them when I go out of town doing this. They're literally buying these men back to America to get them to marry them.
Oh, that's what this is. I never knew. So they're gonna try to buy the man's happiness. Oh, that's just sad. But anyways, fair use.
Tell me yours broke.
Oh my God.
So I got it for you.
Oh, Kimberly, are you for real?
I am for real. You like it?
I love it.
I think if she was born in America, she would be with him.
No, she would not be with him.
Do you know why? Because they're poor.
Thank you.
Poor.
No! PS5! No.
And a PS5. Woo, boy.
No. You're really a potential right now.
That's like girlfriend status right there. You know what I'm saying?
Almost, I'm telling you. He said almost girlfriend status.
Almost girlfriend status. More like sugar mama status. I don't know.
Man, do you see where I'm going? Do you see where I'm going with this? She's literally buying him things for him to become her boyfriend.
Wow. I see that. Yeah, that's what's happening here.
Well,
this man said girlfriend status. No, more like sugar mama status. Oh, God.
exactly. Now you have to ask yourself the question: how many men are going over the countries? But now they do exist. Let me make that. Let me say this: they send money, which I don't condone, but at the same time, they've never went this far.
No, they haven't. Now let's see what Raul has to say on this whole thing. Shout out to Raul from Please Act Right. Let's see what he has to say on this.
But not quite. Hey, this is Raul of Please Act Right. So the passport hating women went in on the Passport Bros for the Passport Brothers move. Well, let's take a look and see what the Passport Sisters have been doing when they take their passports and go to Jamaica.
Last time Angela visited, I was shocked with her sex. It was intense. But now, I'm used to her.
Your pants. Take your pants off.
My question is, how do you not feel?
What the fuck? Oh my God. Okay, let's watch. You got something to say, Classy?
Brothers from another mother, from another culture. I love y'all very much. And I know y'all don't understand. Some of y'all do. But I see the flex when I see it. And you know what? I want to tell you, brother, something. Congratulations. Keep going.
Damn. I'm not sure that's something to congratulate, but okay, it is what it is. They gonna find out eventually. I was told you gotta learn some lessons the hard way. They'll find out. Fair use.
feel slimy and disgusting as a person, knowing full well that you are going to another country seeking out women that you perceive as easier to manipulate, easier to control, and easier to take advantage of. Take your pants off. Come here. You like this? You gonna wear them for me?
I'll put it on.
Go. Sexy baby. Woo woo.
Okay, who's taking advantage of who? You say your passport bros go overseas to take advantage of foreign women, but then you see stuff like this where you got American women going overseas to possibly take advantage of other foreign men, and there's not a problem there.
Yeah, they're not going to say nothing about it because actually it goes deeper than what's showed on this show. A lot of women are actually taking advantage of younger boys at the age of 13 and 12 years old in Jamaica and South Africa. And my traveling group has the videos to prove it, and the men who wrote them letters telling what goes on in these countries to prove it.
Okay, now that's just horrible.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I know in some countries the age of consent is different, but still, it's just weird doing that kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So I can't say I'm that surprised by it, but it just blows me how they talk about we going overseas to take advantage of foreign women, but then they go overseas for more or less the same stuff, like Angela C said, but the quality is just not the same. It's just crazy. And like we saw with the previous video, it's probably just what they call a green card trap or whatever. Like, I'll deal with this female until she can get me to America. Then I'm gonna explore my other options out there.
Yeah, that's why we have a golden rule in the Passport Bro community. You don't bring them back to America to live. Visit, yeah. Live, no. Because once they get here, their mindset is going to be corrupted by the women here in America.
Oh yeah. But some knucklehead gonna say, "Oh, that's insecurity. Oh, you gotta have faith in your woman. You're just insecure about other men coming around." No, I just know what the hell. I just know my culture well enough to know that it's so corrupt that if she go over there, it's gonna be mayhem. She ain't ready for that. That's like me telling you. That's like me telling you, don't go to I don't know, this part of Chicago because it's too dangerous. I'm basically telling you, don't go there because you're not ready for it. It's gonna mess with you. It's not a good place to be. That kind of thing.
Yeah,
it's like a order of protection almost to a degree.
Yeah, and the crazy thing about I crack up when I hear the terminology plantation, bro. I try not to say that.
Plantation.
The same guys that say that about the Passport Bros, next thing you know, they in court battling out with their woman. They lose half of their estate, half their retirement, and she's using the money that you gave her for another guy that could be possibly overseas as well as in the United States. Seen that happen before too.
Oh yeah. Wait, who got finessed? The man or the woman? The man got finessed?
Yeah, the American man got a finesse by his American ones that's talking noise. They're the same ones in court dealing with their American woman that took everything and them giving it to either another American man or a man out of the country.
Wow. I mean, that stuff does happen. It doesn't surprise me. But anyways, fair use.
Back in,
oh my God,
what, 2007 now? I went on a girls trip with a few friends to Jamaica. We just went to go have fun, get away, and I ended up having a little bit too much fun. I ended up having a one-night stand with somebody who worked at the resort, and obviously didn't use protection, came home, and ended up getting...
Okay, so you had unprotected sex with some guy from a Jamaican resort. Okay, what happened here? Oh my God.
Really, really sick about a week after I got home. I was in and out of the hospital. They had a hard time finding what was going on because HIV doesn't show up in your blood that quick. And so they finally did a spinal tap. They found HIV in my system, and the rest is history. And
so you went to Jamaica, had unprotected sex with a resort worker, caught HIV, and now you're on social media complaining because you and that man were irresponsible with your sexuality. Oh boy.
It's sad, and I don't wish that on nobody, but and even I tell the brothers, man, y'all crazy as heck. Y'all better universal protection, you have to treat the situation in America like you do in these other countries. That means you don't date the single mothers there. You don't have unprotected sex, which is all willy-nilly. I wouldn't even do it here in America. So why would you do it in another country?
Right. I mean, different land, but the same outcomes. Gee, diseases are the same for no matter who's carrying it.
Yeah, they're still human beings at the end of the day. They're still different human beings at the end of the day. I mean, yeah, they're from a different culture, but oh my God, that's just something you don't do. Don't have unprotected sex with anyone.
Right. Ain't that something? Let's hear how this goes.
Here I am.
Busy now on TikTok being mad at it. Oh, they shouldn't go.
Oh yeah, shout the Crimson Cure. Yeah.
Oh, they criminals. Oh, they're sex touring. Oh, what are you doing when you go to Jamaica to get your back broke?
I forgot to tell
Right.
you about.
Exactly. Right.
Here it is.
Shout out to Crimson Cure. All right, fair use.
Oh, my birthday. I went to Jamaica, so I'm pregnant by a Jamaican.
So she went to Jamaica and got pregnant by a Jamaican. And y'all say we up there exploiting women? Y'all exploiting the men, if anything. Shit.
Heavy.
Man. Don't make a lot of sense criticizing men for going over there for some foreign cooch and y'all going over there for some foreign penis.
Yeah,
I recommend neither does that. Like if you want to go overseas for whatever reason, classy, go for a valid reason, not just to get some foreign cooch. Same thing with me. I shouldn't go over there just for that. Don't go over there just for the sexual thrills. Go over there just to explore the culture and see what's out there. But they're so quick to come down on us men. That's the first thing that come to their minds when they hear about men going overseas, or they want to take advantage of foreign women that are not educated, independent. They're poor, all that kind of bullshit. They're just they're just lesser of Americans.
You notice that's the only argument they have to throw at all these people, even the men and women. It's just the economics. The economics. That's it. You notice they never say how feminine they are, how they treat their men, how classy and how demure, how they have manners when they go out in public with their men. You hear that from those Thai women. You hear that from them. They even make videos talking about, yeah, I left to cook for my man, and whatever he wants, I do for him. These women over here, well, I got money, now what? And they looking at them like, that's your whole lifestyle? A dead president?
Wow. And that's a good point. They never talk about what the foreign women are doing that the American women are not doing. They say less educated, don't speak a lot of English. Well, they got to be educated at something. They're treating men better than American women, and they got to be able to speak some kind of English, if not a lot of English, because I know women who are from foreign countries, and they speak pretty good English with a little thick accent.
Yeah, most of them speak 5 languages.
Yeah. So all this, foreign women are so uneducated. That's just you projecting your insecurities. The same way you feel about foreign men.
And what she doesn't know, in those countries, most of their educations are American taught education.
I never thought of that, but good point.
Yeah.
All right, fair use.
In Jamaica. So I'm in Jamaica, right? And this young Kevin.
Why does this boy look like he should be in middle school? Huh?
No, I had to laugh. I'm looking at his eyes. I'm like, is there something wrong with his eyes, or?
I don't know. I said the same thing. First of all, his eyes look rolled back like a zombie. Second of all, he look like he should be in middle school. Huh?
He looks like he's high. That's why I started laughing. I'm like, is he high?
I hope not.
Oh my God.
You look like a little boy. I don't know. Let's continue.
28.
Oh, he's 20. Okay, whatever.
He likes cougars.
Passport brother.
I like cougars too, but goddamn, he's thrown off his ass getting with a cougar.
Yeah, he doesn't even look in his. I could be wrong. I'm sorry, young man. You just look kind of funny on the video.
I know. I thought that was a little a teenager, but he said he was 20, so okay.
Oh, okay.
All right, fair use.
There's got feminists dancing like a gorilla.
Check the hashtags, passport bros blowing up. Check the YouTube passport bros blowing up. Check the TikTok passport bros blowing up. What the hell is a feminist telekinesis?
Passport bros got feminists bouncing like gorillas. Wow. So they're happy that we're going overseas? I don't get it.
Scares me. This woman has scared me for years. That woman has been scaring me for years. I'm glad when Tommy was on, she used to get railed by Tommy Sotomayor. Ever since she left, that's when she came back.
She was on Tommy Sotomayor's show.
No, they went at it, and Tommy obliterated her so many times that she couldn't even make any more content. Ever since he been off of YouTube, she been back on clowning and acting crazy. But that woman got some severe mental issues outside of Tommy dogging her.
I can imagine. Fair use.
Hey guys, let's talk about the so-called Passport Sisters.
Okay.
Passport Sisters are groups of well-educated women who are mostly in their late 30s. So now that most of them are getting old and they're running out of clock, they now move to West African countries in search for young boys to make as housemaids. Most of these so-called women are less desirable by Western men because of their poppycock attitudes.
He ain't lying.
He said it.
This one brother ain't lying. I'm telling you.
He said it. The attitude.
Yeah, they're way less desirable. They're educated women in their 30s. Biological clock is ticking. So they don't want to go to South African countries and find some young men to just, I guess, cater to them. Give them what they couldn't get from women in the West. I mean, from men in the West.
Yeah. That basically sums it up.
Wow. So this far, I don't know what country he's from based on his accent. I'm saying he's like, I don't know, African, maybe. I don't know. Hard to tell, but he's spot on. He mentioned South Africa, so I guess he's from Africa, I suppose.
I would say probably Cape Town or Johannesburg.
Yep, that too. he mentioned South Africa, so maybe that's where he's from. But anyways, fair use.
It sounds funny, but I'm gonna say this. Most of these so-called ladies move to West Africa because they think West Africa is a fertile spot for bigger penises, which they need to satisfy their sexual desires. More so.
I wonder is that true or not, but I don't know.
What's that?
He said the fertile spot for big. They say women say South African men are the fertile spots for big penises. I guess they got bigger penises or whatever. I don't know.
I've been hearing that since I was a child. It could be some validity to that. I mean, I'm not looking at no one's penis, but
I'm not either. I'm just saying. Based on what you hear.
Yeah.
Look at it.
Fertile spot for bigger penises, which they need to satisfy their sexual desires. More so, men to this kind of ladies are seen as sexual objects. The Passport Sisters is not something new. However, it was more prominent during the late 2000s. So I don't see why American women keep bullying men, forgetting women overseas. Reason being that we are just simply copying what you women were doing in the late 2000s. So
okay, so women were going overseas first in the early 2000s. So Passport Bros just became a thing sometime afterwards?
I told you that. I said black women have been traveling way more than black men who are not military.
Oh, okay.
Because you got to remember, I'll give you a primary example. Terry McMillan made a movie out and starred Angela Bassett featuring Tay Diggs, which was...
Wait, say that again?
Angela Bassett played in a movie with Tate Diggs talking about this.
Well, they got a groove back.
There you go.
Okay. I mean, that was just a movie, but I see what the concept was.
But
older woman goes overseas, meet younger man, meets younger man. I'm sorry, go ahead.
You know the concept, right? Think about the concept. You got this highly motivated, educated, strong, independent woman with a child that dated a Model S 19-year-old in Jamaica. I rest my case.
Yep. And I guess ever since that movie came out, women hopped on the bandwagon.
until they found out Terry McMillan actually was doing exactly what the movie did, brought the man back to America. He got half her wealth and exposed himself for being what? Ding ding. He had.
Wow. And that's something else they gotta watch out for. Because you know these foreign men will get with undesirable women just so they can get the green card, like we saw in the previous video. You talk about foreign women finessing American men. That kind of goes both ways too. These foreign men could get with American women just to get a green card, go to America, and then try to explore their options or whatever.
Yeah.
Kind of like how foreign women be trying to get green cards from us American men, just so they can come over here to our country.
Oh yeah, absolutely right. But at the same time, the difference between the two is that the fact of the matter is that there's a small cases of that stuff happening amongst the men, but at the same time, there's a bigger case happening with amongst the women. Why? Because those women still respect patriarch.
Yeah, that's true. Let's hear what else he has to say.
It's an eye for an eye.
Why Passport Sister finds love.
I just come to play at the end. Now she do not know what I'm going to ask her, or she do not know what I'm going to talk about. Now let me tell you something one time. People are saying that I am with this woman to get my green card.
Jeez, I wonder why.
Oh shoot.
Oh my God. I wish I had that sound effect, the do 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 sound effect.
Oh, you talking about that? Was that Family Guy sound effect?
That's where it came from.
Well, I mean, that's where it became popularized. It's always been around, but
But this one I just have to do.
Yeah.
My God. Oh man, look at that. Anyway, fair use.
This woman, they take care of me. I just want to let her know that this woman doesn't take care of me. I just take care of she. I just spend more money than she just spend on me. You understand?
She looks confused. Wow, she looks confused.
I know what that look is saying.
So what?
I know what that look is portraying.
What?
I spend more money on you. What are you talking about? I can see that gleaming right through her face.
She probably like, you spend more money on me, so what? Who cares?
Exactly.
Yep, there's that feminist ideology from the West. Let's see what else. Let's see. Fair use.
So quick, will I can talk, please? Huh?
When did that? When did you help pay my bills and stuff?
Not now. I told you to wait after the video, then argue.
Oh,
so let's agree.
Yeah.
What? So I guess he ain't paying for that. Wow. These Passport Sis, they're just taking L's. Oh boy.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So stop with the nonsense, please.
Get your passport.
If you ever felt like you was just so waha, how you doing? Yeah, thank you. If you ever felt like you just so fat that nobody's gonna love you, girl, come to Jamaica. They love us. Let me tell you something. They chase us around this resort.
Well, they ain't chasing you now, but then again, you got the camera on. So hey.
For real, it's like, no, they don't love you. They trying to get your money. You're at a resort.
Chasing them at a resort. Oh my God.
Jesus.
Thank you, Jamaica, she
Listen,
says.
if you are over 200 pounds, bring your big ass to Jamaica.
If you're over 200 pounds, take your ass to the goddamn gym. Shit. Oh man. All I can.
Emotional damage.
God bless. God bless.
And by the way, you notice a lot of women that are going overseas, they're obese, out of shape, overly masculine, thinking they can just go overseas and just get a quality man. Jesus.
Oh, you forgot over 40.
Well, I did say over 30, but close enough. Close enough. Oh, God. You don't see that too much with the young men. They're usually young. Some of them might be maybe in their 30s, but they're still, got their finances in order. They're in shape or whatever. They're not broke and dusty. I mean, some of them might be, but that's not the majority. And they go overseas probably for the right reasons. I don't know.
Well, I'll say this, and I think this has a lot of truth to it. The youngest out of all of us is Austin Holloman. Remember, he started at 23 years old.
Oh, yeah, him.
So that, I think with him being, he's a good looking, handsome young man. I'll give him that. I'm not saying that out of any sexual desire. I'm just saying the brother's a good looking brother.
No.
So he's 23 years old and he's doing this. So they're worried now because it's like, oh my God, it used to be older men. Now they're getting younger. And what's going to happen is now that Austin Holloman has become way more successful on YouTube past the Brazilian situation, these younger men, they're going to get younger. So they're really worried. So that's why you got these women out here talking about right now, oh my God, I'm going to have to indoctrinate their kids to always love and respect women no matter what they do to them.
Yeah, and that's what turns them into these little simps.
Mm-hmm.
When they know they know not all women are worthy of that.
Yeah, that's why Austin Holloman is a threat. It's like, dang, he's a younger dude. He said he got the ear of the younger crowd. It's problematic.
Yeah, makes sense to me. Makes sense to me. I hope that experience in Brazil didn't hinder him in any way.
That was a sad situation. Like I said, Stephanie Ribeiro, she didn't even, although she's Brazilian, but she doesn't even live in Brazil. She doesn't live there. She lives with her husband, who happens to be of a European white man, and she's worried about a country that she doesn't even live in no more. First, it started off at Austin Holloman, but at the same time, it transferred from him. So now she put out a statement in Portuguese, which I've read, talking about she doesn't want European men or American men, period, talking to any woman in Brazil. You can enjoy the culture, but don't talk to any woman in Brazil. You notice why you haven't heard nothing about her no more? Because I think somebody of a hierarchy in Brazil told her, you messing up our tourism money. Shut up.
Messed up their tour money, damn. Wow.
Yeah, because they know, like, he's like, look, okay, the dude did something wrong. He disrespected our culture. It may not have been his intention, because a lot of people in Brazil, in Rio, in the Salvador Bahia, don't believe Austin Holloman did something bad, believe it or not. A lot of people say, no, he was a nice dude. He was cool. He said, I didn't have no problems with him. A lot of people don't. It's just that's what she's put out there. Since she's a journalist, she has that power.
Oh, okay. So they just speculate he did something wrong, or just feel like he did something wrong?
No, the young girl that went and talked to Stephanie Ribeiro, she put the speculation out there, and that's how it spread it.
Oh, okay. So damn, boy, you got to be careful everywhere. Well, I could have told you got to be careful everywhere you go, but that just proves a point, man. People have to get you everywhere you go, so you got to watch your back no matter what.
But I will say something. I will, in their defense of people that was a bit offensive. He didn't really, in my mind, he really didn't do nothing that warranted anything. But in their minds, hey, Austin said something, and I had to go back and look at the video and be like, okay, I can see where they got upset. He was like, he was talking to a young lady, and she said she would go back to his apartment. And then he said, get your passport. And it made it seem like this is how easy it is. Go get your passport, which is there's some truth to it, but everybody don't always want their business out there like that.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm glad he's still recovering. But anyways, fair use. Let's hear this nonsense.
Please, I'm telling you, you definitely gonna leave with something.
Jamaica.
Yeah, STD. You gonna leave with something. Oh man. Okay.
Shout out to Chantel Simone. She said the same type of stuff is happening in Jamaica too. They have embedded this American ideology too. The black women there.
Yeah. Oh, that's why they went to Jamaica, because it's the same mindset, the same concepts, more or less.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I think she did mention that or whatever. Yeah, I think she did mention that. But anyway, this one says, "Men, be careful with these farm women." Okay.
Jamaican woman warning Jamaican men about how horrible modern American women are. She says they treat men like shit.
You understand what I'm saying? Be careful of them. You understand? There is some wicked people.
There's hard struggles.
Wait, this says green card struggles when she pays the bills. Woo. Okay. Green card struggles. Okay.
We're not telling a lie. Some fart woman, them wicked.
These men want a woman that they can control, and
says who?
Because they can't find it here in America because it's frowned upon to like own a human.
Who said anything about owning a human? We want a traditional relationship that we can be in charge of. Who said we want to control women? If anything, y'all want to control us men. That's why you're mad that we're going overseas to find more cooperative, submissive women. Because you know it don't fit your bill. Control my ass. Oh, gosh. I have to hear that.
H&M.
What up?
Besides her being overweight, what other description about her that gives you a sign that she's a feminist?
Look at her hair. Jesus Christ.
Can't take those women serious.
Yeah, you know you can't. I guess in her mind, if she's not in control of the relationship, it's a problem.
And she knows no man in America wants her big ass either. Excuse my language.
Yep. It's all good. All right, let's continue. Fair use.
Here they go to other places in the world where they can legally own a human.
You're a mean one, Mr. Grinch.
What a proper time. It's around the holidays.
It's perfect. We're a week away.
Okay, hold on a second. Well, yeah, she got the hair like the Grinch, that's for damn sure. Oh, man.
Have you noticed all those women with that blue hair and talking all this crap about men? They're the most unattractive women that probably America has to offer.
All right. Yep, they are. It's always those types. It's always those types. Even if they are beautiful, hell, they're probably, even if they are beautiful, they got masculine tendencies.
Yeah, but their whole process is basically, you hear it's about the money process. Her whole niche is just men overall are just slave masters.
Yeah, exactly. Well, that's all I'm gonna show for that video. Now here's another one. Let me know what you think of this. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Sis, stop being angry about Passport Bros. There's nothing new about Passport Bros. My cousin, when I was about 12, 13, was married to a Japanese woman. Have y'all not met men coming from the military that were married to all sorts of women? My son-in-law is half Filipino. What the heck are y'all mad for? I just don't understand. But my point of this video is, don't be upset because men want whatever they want. There are literally billions of people in the world, and you only need one person out of billions of people. So, and you don't have to get a passport. You just need to be the best version of yourself you can be. You need to be fit, beautiful, inspiring, cooperative, kind, submissive, okay, agreeable, cooperative. Elevate your beauty. Do what you need to do. But honey, you can attract and keep the love that you desire and deserve.
Well, thoughts on that? What she have to say?
What I see, everything she said was correct. Sounds like a woman who has a husband who has done everything in her power to make sure that their family structure is right. And with that, this is the plus you get out of it. A feminine wife who's smiling while she's making a video, yet who's smiling while making a video, yet telling all the truths in the world.
Yeah.
That's all I gotta say about it. You know, her husband did her a good deed. You see how big her smile is. You see her skin shining.
Yeah. He better be happy. Shoot.
Yeah, he's happy. That woman is a happy wife that understands that, hey, this has been happening for decades. And she's right. There's billions of men in the world now. It may not be more men than women worldwide, but at the same time, she's right. All you need is one.
Yeah.
That's your goal.
And that's the way it needs to be. And if you're a married woman, why do you care what other men are doing? You got yourself a husband right here.
I'm glad you said that, H&M. That brings me right back to Zoom to Thailand's video about that woman coming to Thailand with her husband acting a fool. You are.
Oh yeah, I think I saw that one.
Thank you. Now I don't think she came to act a fool, but because Richie Mack did invite them to his house, so I'm going to give her that credit. But the way she presented the argument, you would have thought that woman was single.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, did Melly do a reaction to that some time ago? Or was that somebody else who did a reaction to that?
No, that was somebody.
I think it was Game Changer. It was Game Changer. Shout out to Game Changer. He did that.
Yes, sir. Mm-hmm. GC was the one that did the video on it. Yeah, that's right. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I knew it was one of them. Either Sweet Melody or Game Changer.
And although I look at her husband, either he is the most stoic individual on the planet, by the look on his face, he just looked like, oh man, would you please be quiet? You are embarrassing.
Right. Yeah, I mean,
she wasn't ugly. She was fine. Huh? She had a body. She wasn't fine. I mean, ugly.
I mean, don't get me wrong. You can have an opinion on the Passport Bros, but when you start spewing all that damn nonsense or whatever, it's like, and you're married, why do you care? Sheesh. We expect this from single women, but from women who are in relationships, no. We don't expect this kind of nonsense from them, honestly.
And her whole argument was, well, why you got to talk about black women? Well, if you look at the videos, now I haven't seen everyone's video who touched on the paces about being a passport bro, and she could be right. If she could have came across some videos that specifically stated out black women, but when you hear them, the more popular ones, they say Western women. They're including all women in the Western atmosphere, not just black women. However, her whole ordeal is, well, why you got to talk about da-da-da-da? Well, the next question is, why are you watching Passport Bro videos while being married? Think about that. You are watching videos of men that are traveling and you're married with a black man here in America. So basically you won. Only 25% of black American women will ever be married and you are winning.
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, maybe she's doing it for research, just to find out, just out of curiosity. I don't know, but based on what she was saying, this is beyond some curiosity. She's really irate at the whole thing. For what reason, I don't know, because she got a whole husband at home, and unless she's not happy with him, I don't know.
No, she had a whole husband who brought her to Thailand with him. He was sitting on the couch.
So it was in Thailand.
Yeah, the dude with the dreadlocks was her husband. Because if you look at the beginning of the video, when Zoom to Thailand greeted him, he had the biggest smile on her face. Until in the background, you hear a woman say, everybody else, he's going around, Zoom to Thailand's going around greeting everybody from America. Hey, welcome to Thailand. It took one Black American woman to say, give me some money. And he was like, dang, I just wanted to come over and greet everybody. Happy Thanksgiving. But he brought her to Thailand with him.
I mean, why would she get fussy in the first place? I mean, come on. And even I think it was two other women right there, and they were looking at her like, trick, please. Oh boy.
Well, a lot of people thought that the Thai woman that was sitting next to the other Black woman was his wife. That wasn't his wife. I think there was someone that he knew. Now, I'm not quite sure. I'm sure she understood partially what was going on. I don't think she understood the whole atmosphere of why was this going on, but she kind of had a look on her face like, oh my God, please stop talking. Like when the woman was talking to Richie Mack. She had a displeasing look on her face, like she didn't want to be there.
Yeah, she did. But yeah,
the Thai woman actually knew the women. She didn't know Zoom Thailand.
Mm-hmm. Damn, there was something else I wanted to show. Okay, here it is. Let me know what you think of this one. Fair
you guys
use.
are always saying that women are delusional for wanting like a certain type of guy, but you guys want a girl who's like pretty much non-existent too.
Such as?
A girl with a really low body count, who's between a certain age, who doesn't have a Instagram or go to the club, and who's wifey material and submissive and like.
Yeah, you're right. It is difficult to find here.
Yeah.
That's why we leave it. Dubai. The difference between us and you guys is we understand
so
that
we're
here.
all delusional together then.
No. I understand that it ain't gonna be here. So we go elsewhere. And no, I don't want to sound like an ass, but we have the value to command that. A lot of y'all don't have the value to command the type of guy that you guys want.
You offer that man.
We're in a position where we can have high expectations of women, but the problem is that a lot of women don't bring as much value as to what they're trying to get in return.
Wow. Well, shout out to Fresh and Fit. Say what you will about those clowns, but they do be spitting facts.
Yes, they do. I didn't like the whole video with the whole clan thing going on, but they do spit facts. You can't. I mean, when they come to talking to some real points, there's really nothing to dispute. He's right. When you look at this woman right here, you're trying to find a woman with a low body count. I mean, come on now. We know the type of women that y'all are on FNF show. You venture at the clubs, you venture on OnlyFans and Instagram. Whoop-de-doo. That's not a long-term solution to find a mate. That's a short-term solution to get some peen, and that's it.
Exactly. And she said that men are delusional because of their standards. She said we want a female of a certain age, a low body count, doesn't run the streets, doesn't have children. Well, that's what a man wants in a traditional relationship. So that is realistic in and of itself on surface level. It's unrealistic because that's how society has set it up to look. I mean, compared to what women want. 6 feet tall, 6-figure income, 6 inches below the waist, gotta have a certain car.
Oh, you still there?
Society was made. Men are supposed to be the leaders. So our standards are very realistic as far as what we want out of women. It's just that our society is so messed up that they're made to look and seem unrealistic. Because nowadays, you ain't gonna find too many women with a low body count. You ain't gonna find too many females that don't already have kids past 30. You ain't gonna find too many females that ain't running the streets because the 304 culture has been pushed to the forefront to where it's the norm now. So yeah, it's become the norm, such a norm now that what we want in a traditional relationship, we can't find out here in the West. And like the man just said, that's why we're leaving. That's why they're going overseas. We can't find it in the West. We're gonna go elsewhere to get it. So yeah, she blew me with that one.
Yeah, she basically, in hindsight, defeated her own argument. If you think about it, she
Yeah,
defeated her.
exactly.
She defeated her own argument. It's like you have to look at the whole totality. Every woman on that show is for short-term pleasure. But I mean, maybe they may have had probably one or two women on the show that was actually married and happy. But most of those women, they know they're short term. They're just short term, and the money that they have is short term. It doesn't. What I'm saying by this is, it doesn't extend past the amount that they have. Because you got to think about it, right? To do those OnlyFans, take all those pictures on Instagram, you got to buy new makeup, you got to buy new clothes, all that stuff costs. Probably buy new camera equipment just to make sure every angle is right. And you probably hired a manager to do certain things too. So all of that money is actually being depleted to try to make more money and make more sustainable money, which is not sustainable. They say the longest time an OnlyFans girl can be on OnlyFans is less than 4 years. And then they usually deplete out.
Wow, I had no idea.
Yeah. It's
4
kind of like
years.
watching a movie. It's kind of like watching a movie. Do you remember the movie The Players Club with Ice Cube and Lisa Ray?
Yeah, I remember that one. Classic.
Yeah. Do you remember that scene when the older stripper was played by, what was that woman's name? She's a comedian. I forgot her name.
I forgot her name too, but I know who you're talking about.
Adele Givens.
Wasn't she in Moesha?
Well, she had a role in she had a part in Moesha, but she wasn't a person that was on the show frequently.
Oh yeah, but I know who you're talking about.
Yeah, she was the older stripper. When she came out, what happened? All them gentlemen left. Why? Because she too old.
Well, that's true. What you gonna do with a 50-something-year-old or a 50-something-year-old stripper? Well, at least I thought she was in her 50s.
Yeah, so the money quality is low. It's like you ain't hot no more. You ain't the it thing.
That's probably why some people start stripping around mid-30s or 40s or whatever, I guess.
I mean, if you can find a group of men that's into that, I mean, kudos, but your money quality ain't gonna be that high because the goal is to get as much money as you can.
Yeah. Why the hell should I pay for a middle-aged stripper top dollar when I can just get, but I can get satisfaction from someone half her age, much younger, much hotter.
Yeah, and nowadays, especially in the from what I've been seeing, these strippers nowadays, they ain't playing no more. They're going for the big gusto. Now these females now, you better be acrobatic on that pole. You better be able to do a whole lot of different things to get the high quality money that you want. You can't just be naked no more and taking them back in the back room. You better be able to swing and twirl around that pole like you are what you call them people in the circus that would swing on those things and do those flips.
Acrobats.
Yeah, those acrobats, you better be able to do that in today's world. You better be able to do all of that, because if you can't, your money quality is going to be low. They didn't raise the stakes in strip joints now.
I mean, to a degree makes sense. I mean, when you're an older stripper, you can make up for your lack of beauty and fertility with, I don't know, some nice moves, I guess.
Yeah, you probably can get away with it if your boobs and butt is big enough. If it still looks, if it has good quality, because let me say this, like out in LA, you can find some 40, 50-year-olds bodies that'll put a lot of 20-year-olds to shame. You can do that. But at the same time, the energy quality, like especially swinging on those poles, is not going to be at a higher rate.
It's not. No, it isn't.
So yeah, you got some pretty good older women out here, and some can pull it off, but there's not going to be very many.
That ain't gonna stop them from trying.
No, they'll try, but after a while, all them bruises and all them splitters on your foot, and you look up after doing 8 hours of stripping and find out the only best you can make that night is only $500. It's gonna give you a reality check.
Yeah. Yes, I had some more shorts to show right here. Okay, well, let me see. Here's another one. Okay, fair use.
I deserve to have a traditional wife. They want to go be a passport bro. And I'm like, bro, you're fat, you're broke, you don't deserve a traditional wife. You need to level up. The same way they want a traditional girl. The girl, she's going to be way more traditional back in my country. So trust me, she's not marrying you for love. She's marrying you for your green card. So
Are you against passport bros or?
I understand the fundamentals of it for those who have done everything in life to make sure they are a man. But if you're not a man, I don't think you deserve that, honestly. If you don't have your life together, what makes you think you know how to appreciate a traditional wife? If some other guy who's living here who's never had an idea of what a male figure is in his life, he's going based off of whatever little content he picks from the internet. He's saying, well, I want a traditional wife. But therefore, he doesn't even have like a credit score. He doesn't even have like his life in check. He's still driving the hoopty from high school. But you want a traditional girl. Like, what happens when you bring that girl over here? You're going to basically make her a Western woman, and she's going to realize, like, this guy really doesn't have his shit together. Now she's going to cheat on you.
All facts.
Yeah, what you thought what you thought about that video?
All facts. She makes a lot of great points. She does. I mean, I can like really specify and nitpick a few things that she said. For one, you being fat, going over in these other countries and thinking about credit scores, those women don't give a damn about that. That's an American thing. That man being American alone can still pull a fine woman in that country as long as he don't bring her back to America. This is where I will agree with her. If you don't have your stuff here in America together and you go over in that other countries bringing somebody back while you don't have your stuff together, the odds are you're going to get cheated on. She's absolutely right on that. But as a man that is big, I am a firm believer that you should work to make yourself better. I do agree with that too. She made a lot of good points, and she said something that I do agree with. She said she understood the concept of why they're doing it, and she specified, which I do agree with her, that the men who's done everything they could in life to try to appease a woman to get the woman that they want, it doesn't work for them here. They're going over to another country to get it. She said, I understand that point. But a lot of guys who are lower value are going to have hard times. That's where she's wrong. Where she came back on track is if you bring them back to America. That part she is right about. So I gotta give her some kudos on certain things that she did say, which is correct.
Yeah, that's one way to look at it. But you also got to look at it like, if you're a man and you're going overseas or whatever, and you don't have the proper know-how as far as, having basic social skills or having the confidence to even talk to women, that's going to carry over overseas as well. So maybe that's kind of what she was getting at too. If you're a low value man, you can't take that same low value attitude overseas and think women are just going to accept that. You still have to have basic communication skills and basically have your life in order. But now you're going to a foreign country because you can't get what you want and need here in the West. So you still got to be on your purpose and be on your grind. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was going to agree with you. I was going to say you're absolutely right. The only thing is sometimes you can go into these countries. Now, I'm not talking about Europe. That's a whole different process. I'm talking about going into countries where the economic status isn't high, like on American status, like the Philippines, Indonesia. You can go to South America. You can go to Mexico. You can go to Colombia. You can go to Jamaica. Or you can go to what's that? Trinidad, Tobago. You can go to those countries. Just you being American alone has value to it. Just for you having that little blue book by your side, that has a lot of pull, even if you don't have game. Although she makes a great point. But that blue book, you know how much money that sucker costs if they steal it from you?
I think about $220. I think.
Yeah, that's American money, but you gotta differentiate it in their money.
I'm gonna say twice that amount, 3 times that amount.
In some countries, it's 4 times the amount. So they can feed their whole family for a year.
Yeah, you gotta watch out for that. I mean, it's finessers. It's finessers everywhere, but like I said, overseas is like it's more treasure it's more trash amongst the treasure. There's more treasures to search around and way less trash I have to deal with. And because the laws are different, the narratives are different, the trash will get punished in some shape, form, or fashion, you know, or it's going to go undercover where nobody will even know about it.
True. That's true. But that goes back to my point of President President Lula da Silva for reinstating the visa requirements back in Brazil. The reason why, personally, if you don't have $2,000 to travel, you are broke. I gotta be honest. That's minimal.
$2,000. Most of us have a checking account with more money than that. Damn.
True, but at the same time, you know, and I understand why he did it. I didn't have a problem because the fact of the matter is that for Brazilians to get to America, it costs $6,000 to get to America on an American visa. You have to have $6,000 in a bank account to come to America.
Wow.
So
I mean, what's such a financial requirement?
Well, the way he looks at it is like, well, you know, if you got to do this to us, well, we can do the same thing to y'all. I understand, you know, because it's all a money grab at the end of the day. But at the same time, the other positive side to it is you excommunicate out the riffraff that comes into that country. That's why when a lot of these cats go to Sosúa, Dominican Republic, that's why the women quality starting to look like crap. There's too many damn pookies down there.
Down where?
In the DR.
Oh, okay. I was told the DR is no better.
What you mean in regards of?
I'm gonna say as far as the culture, their way of life.
No, it isn't.
Isn't any better?
No, it's paradise for Americans because of our dollar value goes so far. Like for example, I think if I remember, I looked at my currency exchange. One American dollar is worth about 60 pesos.
Okay.
Now you gotta think about this, right? The average Dominican family lives off of 2,000 pesos. That's 20 American dollars.
20 American dollars?
Mm-hmm.
I never thought about that.
So as soon as you get off the plane, like I'm not gonna say Santiago, Punta Cana, places that are a little bit more middle class. I'm talking about the tourist area like Sosúa, Puerto Plata, El Bati, where a lot of Americans go tour at. I've been there a few times. When you get off the plane, those people are doing everything they can to finesse you out of your money. Even the females, they'll be your girlfriend for the week or for the day. You know, they'll cook and clean for you at your Airbnb. Hell, you can hit for a price.
You can.
All the females in Sosúa, not just a few, all of them, even the finest ones, you can hit real easy. But however, the trick of this is I always tell men that go there, you have to watch out for women that are called the chapeadoras. Those are your 9s and 10s. They demand a lot more pay than what you probably would want to give them. So you better have your money up. And also they find men attractive too. So they're not just going to mess with anybody.
Yeah, that's true. I never knew that about the DR. Your value goes up once you step off that plane. I never knew that.
Yeah, but also here's another nugget that a lot of American men miss out on, which is why they go broke so fast. Let me tell you how this works. When you go to a restaurant in the DR in the tourist area, they charge you for the meal plus 18% tax plus the tip. So imagine you going to all these restaurants around DR and plus messing with all the women. You're gonna be $3,000 in the hole if you keep doing that consistently before you get back to the United States.
Wow, ain't that something? Well, you gotta spend wisely no matter where you go.
Thank you.
You do gotta be careful of what you spend. Cause what may seem like simple money here could be a hell of a lot of money elsewhere.
Yeah. That's why my friend, I told him, I said, when you communicate with the females in the DR, you communicate with them through WhatsApp, just like in Brazil, same thing. You know, you text each other, right? So here's how it works. If you're planning on hooking up with a female in Sasua for the night or whatever, make sure you state everything that you want to do with that female. They're not going to get offended. They're not going to get offensive. They know it is what it is. That's just, they know how it works. Now you set the price. Agree or disagree. And if she doesn't like it, she'll give you a price. But make sure you have it on WhatsApp. Why? I'll tell you why. If you don't communicate with these females over WhatsApp, you don't have the proper documentation, the text messages to show the police if she thinks that you had tried to trick her.
Wow. Damn. Now that's deep right there. It's kind of like how out here in the West, where we got to keep receipts of our communications with our women so they don't make false allegations against us. Kind of like that.
There you go. Because at the same time, if you're doing all this before you did any text messaging, the girl can set the price of how much she wants. And if you don't pay, and if you're staying in somebody's Airbnb, she picking up plates, breaking shit all over the house, now you got to pay for that. Extras on top of the fact that if she calls the police, you got to pay the police off.
Oh, by the way, how do you record video calls or whatever as a receipt?
Record video calls, meaning, you mean you're talking about in the DR?
I mean, like, how do you save them?
Well, for the most part, you can't do audio recording because a lot of people don't understand English. Most people in America don't understand Spanish, so it'll be an oxymoron, really. You have to do it through text. Because you can save them on voice memo on your Apple's app. You can do that, but it'd be a waste of time. It's better to get the text message. At least it's kind of like looking at a stenographer taking transcripts in a court case of everything that's being said. You get my point?
Oh, I'm still here. Hold on a second. Okay, I'm back. Yeah, I heard what you were saying. Yeah.
Yeah, because I can give you. It's funny because a lot of these countries nowadays, a lot of tourists, a lot of these country women are catching on tourists putting them on camera, which is a no-go. A dude out in DR tried that with those new Ray-Ban glasses with the camera on it. He tried that out there. A girl figured it out. She said, "Wait a minute, look." He's like, "What you talking about?" He said, "Your glasses." He said, "Oh, it's just a light." He said, "No." She said, "No." She said, "I see the camera there." She said, "That's not cool. That's not cool." She caught on to him. They smarter than people think.
Yeah, makes sense to me. And speaking of Dominican Republic, I'm pretty sure this scene looks familiar to you.
No estoy pasando tiempo contigo porque tú eres una persona que me vive tirando muchas cosas en cara. Tu éxito y ese tipo de cosas. A mí no me gusta eso. Honestamente, a mí no me gusta eso.
At the end of the day, basically what he's saying is, I don't like you.
Basically, I don't think it's the fact that he didn't like her. It was what she was doing to him. Because he liked her enough to ingratiate her around his family. That's how much he did like her. But it was the money issue. She had that Ebony K. Williams mentality, which landed Ebony K. Williams single without her husband and wanted to spend time with his kids during COVID and not her, which speaks high volumes.
Yep, makes sense to me. Oh boy. Well, what does that tell you? Oh man. All right, here's my last one before I shut this thing down. We were at the far mark, but it's my last one before I have to shut it down. Okay, let's see. Fair use.
You pay attention to the passport bros, like they're getting women from like the DR, Colombia, the Philippines, Thailand, like women that can speak very little English, women that don't have education, women that need them.
Hold up, what you say about the Filipinas only understanding very little English?
Listen to this video, girl. I'm gonna give you a rundown, okay? Filipinas with very little education. Oh, honey, please tell me that you can only speak about us if you can be better than us. And clearly, you are so insecure because we take care of your man better than you.
Stop throwing shades to Filipinas because we are stealing your boyfriend.
Wow.
Well, speaking of that woman that made that comment, that sister that was on there, at first the conversation started off talking about Austin Holloman. I remember that that little interview she did, and come to find out, everybody did research on her. This woman, single mother, on OnlyFans, teaching people how to cook while stripping online. She got busted out. Yet she's telling a group of women who basically dominate the healthcare field when it comes to nurses over Black women in America that they don't have education. When they speak basically 5 different dialects, and since the Spaniards took over the Philippines, they speak Spanish too, and English. Oh,
Wait, are you talking about the Black woman that said that?
Yeah.
Oh, damn.
Black woman that said that was on. If everybody researched her, she's an OnlyFans creating cookbooks and doing cooking while stripping online on OnlyFans, along doing stripping and cooking at the same time. And as a single mother with no husband, talking about a group of women that she has nothing to know about, and she's never traveled outside the United States, probably except for Jamaica, which was she said in the interview.
Yeah. It's always those women that project their insecurities on others. Ain't that about something?
Yeah, and you're supposed to be the best one. You're the queens of the universe. Everybody came from you. That's what was being said all over America. Black girl magic.
Yeah. They always gonna say that a queen does not go around antagonizing those that she feel like are less than her. A queen will encourage other people to be just as good as her, not put them down. So we can't call out women queens.
Last time I remember, a queen can't even be anointed queen unless she has a. Never mind. Let me go ahead. I'll just leave it at that.
Yeah, good idea. Good idea. Okay, well, that's all I had to show for. I had more, but damn, I'm at the 4-hour mark. I didn't think it would go this long. I got some stuff to take care of. I know you got to go to work in a few hours, so hey.
Nah, me, I don't go to work until nighttime, but I'm about to go ahead and do other things myself outside of work. So.
Ah, okay. Well, it was good having you up there, Classy.
I appreciate you having me on, good sir. Love being on.
Not a problem. Don't forget, Swag got a show tomorrow night. Tune into that one.
What time is it tomorrow night?
I think 8 o'clock.
Oh shoot, I'll be at work. I'll try to come on, but I might be at work. But
yeah, the one time you do a show when I'm off, well, first time in a while that I'm off.
Yeah, I know. Swag and Melody, they got weird ways of doing shows, but I know they doing it to try to fit their schedule, so I respect it.
Yeah, not a problem. That's why I made this one for Monday morning, because I know Tuesday night they're gonna be doing their show, so it's a good thing I did make mine for Monday morning.
Yeah, because that's when I'm the most accessible, is in the morning time, because like I have all the free time until later on tonight. So.
Oh yeah, that's something I noticed. You always tune into our morning stream, but our late night streams, you either come up, you be on some whack-a-mole shit like I do. Come on, come off, come on, come off.
Yeah, exactly. I'm like, I just want to make my presence known that I still care about the shows that I go on. It's just, it can be a little bit, difficult sometimes.
Well, I'll keep that in mind.
Right.
Yeah, no, Mel. All right, take care. Take care.
What you gonna say?
I said Mel is an early bird herself, so I'm surprised she came up.
I was shocked too, because it's like 7 a.m. here.
Well, for me, it's like 9 o'clock in the morning at the time she came up.
Yeah, so you're in the Midwest. I'm way on the West Coast, so it's early for me.
Yeah. It was around 9:30, 9 o'clock in the morning when she came up. So,
So it was 7:30 for me then. So it was 7:30 here for me. So yeah, she came up early in my mind, but she came up at 9:30 your time.
yeah. Salute to our home girl.
Love you very much, sweet Melody. Love you, love you. That's our
Yeah.
sister.
Go ahead.
No, I said that's our sister right there. We love her dearly.
You're damn right. And we'll be there for Swag Show. Well, I'll be there. He'll probably come on later on.
Yeah, I'll try to grace my presence. Try to make it known that, I still care.
All right, man. Good having you up here. I'm gonna shut this down a little bit. Take care of yourself.
All right, take care, man. Pleasure having me.
Not a problem. Not a problem.
All right, take it easy.
Man, it was good talk. Well, shout out to Classy Perspective for stopping by. Now I know you're more available in the mornings. Now I know Classy is definitely more available in the morning. Shout out to Culture Invasion. I see nobody's up here right now, but it is what it is. I had, let me see if I got all the videos to show. Oh, wait, here's
You guys
one.
are always saying that women are delusional for wanting like a certain.
Oh, wait, wrong video. Here it
the
is.
Philippines, Thailand, like women that can speak very little English, women that don't have education.
Well, shit, tell us how you really feel. I'll have you know, my wife speaks very good English. And yeah, I guess I am a passport bro because American women aren't worth my time. You can find a better quality of woman in the Philippines. And my wife just happens to be college educated with a bachelorate degree in bioengineering. Sadly, she gave up her career, though, to be a mother. Now she doesn't have to worry about it because she's got a passport bro that takes very good care of her. And she loves it.
Well, shout out to that man for finding what he wanted. He said it clearly. Western women are not worth a damn outside of, just sexual fun. So he went overseas and found himself a woman that was worth something. And he chose carefully. He definitely chose carefully. And like you said, his wife is very educated and can speak not good English. And like Classy says, some of these foreign women can speak more than one language. So it don't make a lot of sense to say that they're just not that educated and men will only want them because they're easy and they're easy to get over on. You talk about being easy. Well, hell, women in the West are easy to sleep with more or less anyways, but shoot. But as far as trying to be in relationships with them, that's complicated as all fucking hell. That's why we're leaving. So yeah, the passport bros, while some of them do have bad intentions when it comes to going overseas, for the most part, the few that are traveling, because I had no idea the numbers were that tiny. But yeah, the few that are going overseas, I'm gonna say that they're going there to explore different cultures and find out what's going on. They're not going there just to sex traffic. They're not going over there for no BS like that. No. I mean, some of them might be doing that. And yes, they need a good ass whooping, don't get me wrong. Some of them might be doing that, but not all of them are doing that, okay? All of them are not doing that. But we're noticing with our women, they go overseas just for the sake of flaunting their sexuality in the same manner as they do out here in the West. So who really has bad intention when it comes to passport, when it comes to going overseas, the men or the women? From what I'm understanding, it's the women. They're the ones going overseas with the sole purpose of just simply trying to get access to some penis, some foreign penis. That's all that they're looking for. And it's kind of crazy when you stop and think about it. It is crazy. So I think the passport bros are winning with few L's, while the passport sis are the ones taking all the major L's. That's just my final take on it. That's just my opinion on the whole thing. I don't think anybody else is back there, but if anybody's back there, I still got a little bit of time. The link is in the description below if anybody want to come up. If not, I'm about to shut this down. But before I do, let me give shout out to Cindy Cole, Unpredictable, always at her pentacle. Shout out to Classy Perspective, of course. Shout out to my girl, Sweet Melody. I love what you're telling me. The way you kill it is a felony. Salty Balls. I'll never get used to saying that name. I'm pretty sure when a man says that name, it just doesn't sound right coming out of his mouth. But okay, it is what it is. Shout out to Salty Balls. Oh yeah, Angela C. How you be your Discourse top tier MVP. And shout out to my boy Culture Invasion Podcast. Or I like to say culture, you're fierce like a vulture, got the gaming skills of a poacher. There we go. So yeah, this was an interesting show. I want to thank everybody for stopping by. I got to take care of some things around this house. I'm about to hit the gym soon, but I got to take care of some things in this house because I'm a busy man and that's what the fuck I do. But yeah, I really appreciate everybody coming up here, giving their 2 cents on Passport Broism and Passport Sisterism, if there's a such term. Really appreciate that. But hey, just want to say happy holidays, Merry Christmas to everyone that's in the chat or was in the chat and is listening in the clouds and listening to replay. Merry Christmas, Happy New Year. I will see you soon. And but until then, Joseph!
Beast Reality.
Merry motherfucking Christmas from Beast Reality. All these ho-ho-hos trying to get with me. We on a wish list. And it's clear to see you ain't had a holiday like this. Merry motherfucking Christmas from Beast Reality. All these ho-ho-hos trying to touch the beat. We doing sick shit like you wouldn't believe. It's a Beast Reality Christmas, baby.
Fuck a chestnut, I'll be roasting the split. Baby, bend over for your favorite gift. I'ma give you my North Pole like you Mrs. Claus. We can decorate the tree with your big red drawers.
Oh yeah, you know my workshop popping. If you like toys, I got plenty of options. Got the champagne flowing under the mistletoe, and the party ain't stopping till 6 in the morning.
Yeah, or maybe like 6:15. Got my eyes so red cause I'm smoking that green. I'm getting hungry, got the munchies, so I'm eating a treat. It's delicious and a great source of vitamin C.
Happy birthday, Jesus. Thanks for giving us a reason to party. Let's get it started. Yeah, Merry motherfucking Christmas from Beast Reality. All these ho-ho-hos trying to get with me. We on a wish list. And it's clear to see you ain't had a holiday like this. Merry motherfucking Christmas from Beast Reality. All these ho-ho-hos trying to touch the beat. We doing sick shit like you wouldn't believe. It's a Beast Reality Christmas.
Yeah. My Santa Claus dressed like Eddie Murphy and Raw. Let me stuff that turkey, swallow my cranberry sauce. Take a ride in a sleigh puffin' Christmas tree. Cheetah, Chief and Chiba, then he passed it to me. Left a whole pound of cookies on the plate with a drink. Come in my house unannounced, my fireplace bring heat. All the gifts wrapped up under the tree looking pretty. Here's my dick in the box, show me some mistletoe titty. Baby, it's cold outside, let's go put on some pajamas so we can pack a few bags. They go hit the Bahamas, you my ho-ho-ho, and I'm your candy cane. With my elves and my reindeer doing my thing, Beast Reality.
Happy birthday, Jesus. Thanks for giving us a reason to party. Let's get it started. Yeah, Merry motherfucking Christmas from Beast Reality. All these ho-ho-hos trying to get with me. We on a wish list. And it's clear to see you ain't had a holiday like this. Merry motherfucking Christmas from Beast Reality. All these ho-ho-hos trying to touch the beat. We doing sick shit like you wouldn't believe. It's a Beast Reality Christmas, baby.
Jingle all the fucking way.